Hello, everybody. Volume should be working. Maybe working a bit too well. Am I too loud, everybody? Whoa! Jonathan hid his real name. He is now known as Super Ramos. Let's turn that down a bit. That is so weird. I think YouTube updated. I've been gone so long. YouTube updated. This is so weird. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm seeing, to be honest, but yeah, everyone's name has like an @ symbol before it. Isn't that wild? I don't know. Yeah, Shay is asking everyone, is the screen black to anybody else? Okay. All right. Well, we can begin. The screen is not diverse for me. Oh, who is in here? Okay, let's see. Ben, welcome in. Miro, welcome in. Simp. Wow, Simp is in here early. Okay. Dane is in here. Shay, Super Ramos, and Rakin. Wow, so many old timers in here. So many old timers in here. It's like a family reunion. Yeah, it is. Say hello to everyone. Everyone say hello to everyone. I'm getting low on holes. I actually need to do another Shoppers Drug Mart order for this week of class, but the long and short of my time away, I guess some of you guys were wondering, did Chieko fall off a cliff? Has she abandoned YouTube? So many questions. So like I warned a bunch of people, I went traveling for about 2 weeks to America. I saw Michigan in the flower of its beautiful autumn, and then returned back to Canada in time for Tickler's baby shower. Then I went back north with my family, which was a whole other journey, very epic, in a snowstorm. And then we got COVID. Yeah. So for the last 10 to 15 days, we've just been getting better. Is it alarming? No. We just were very tired and coughing a lot. We had a lot of stuffiness, and it affected our our sensory capabilities for a little bit. Party made this amazing rice cooker kind of meal, and she lifted up the lid and I nearly like barfed. It smelled like toxic waste. Every time she lifted the lid, it felt like the whole apartment was drenched in this scent that was horrible. I actually opened my bedroom window in a desperate attempt to not smell whatever food she had cooked. And it wasn't that her food was wrong. It was like my olfactory senses fastened on one smell, and it smelled disgusting to me. And when she tried to taste it, it didn't taste right to her, even though she could smell it. So anyway, we were sick. We're getting better, but I might still cough, guys. So there you have it. And we decided to put up the Christmas tree, and we were successful in that. But in the process of setting up the Christmas tree, I moved a couch back too fast and slammed it into my toe and nearly took off my toenail, my big toenail. So now I'm dealing with a grievous toe wound that is doing funky things. And that's all I'll say on stream, because I don't want to scare people away. But anyway, so it's been a week and a half or 2 weeks of continuous specialnesses, shall we say. Every time I'm like, I think I should check in the clinic, Party talks me off the ledge and just kind of helps me with my foot wound. But yeah. Have you been getting narrated by Lemony Snickets? I feel like I should. Go to America, get COVID, that tracks. I actually think I got COVID from my Canadian family. If I got sick in America, first off, I got travel insurance, so I would have been fine. But the second thing is my friend is a walking pharmacy. So while I was there, let's just say certain feminine malady struck me. And one day was really tough. So I went to my friend and I was like, do you have any meds, pain meds? And she was like, I got you, Pungyo. And she like totally had it. So I'm actually more confident that I would not be in trouble in Michigan, where my friend was, than here. Where I live right now, let's just say that my mom gave me a 45-minute monologue, well, not monologue, seminar on what to do if I get sick up here. There's like she was like, if you're really, really sick, you can do this. And if you're like dying, you can do this. And if you are chronically ill, but you're not super injured, you can call this number. And it's just, I at one point my eyes started glazing over. I was just like, it's not simple up here. Let's just say that. So yeah, we do have paramedics, thank goodness. But imagine calling a paramedic because of a toe injury. That would be, yeah. No one look Uncle Ben in the eye. He gets a little weird. Yeah. Yeah. Hydrate. Yes, indeed, Miro. I got the cola specific permanent side effect. Can't taste anything but lemon pine sol. If I try a cola or Pepsi or any knockoff brand. That's so weird. Okay, so that's Chieko's adventure. Maybe Party can pipe in with her adventure. Party went traveling. And can anyone else in chat tell me of their adventures while I snack on another cheesy bread slice here? Any other fun times by anybody else here in chat? Work absolutely counts, Ben. Super Ramos is living on the down low. Shay says it snowed one day and all the leaves came down at once. Non-stop raking since because the mowers can't handle it. Wow, that's crazy. That's nutty. Wow, okay. Work has been a bear, says Enrakin. I cannot go into detail without higher-ups being upset. Whoa. I'm sorry to hear about that, Enrakin. It always sucks when work is difficult, or, I know that parties also had a tough time at work. But I think I've done at least 5 60+ hour weeks in this past couple months. Whoa, that's insane. That is crazy. Oh, that's unfortunate, Enrakin. That sounds nuts. Yikers. Ben says, my estimate was off, so I ended up doing the caramel for the slice and brownies today. Oh, well, okay. Maybe Tuesday will be better. It's still autumn here, says, oh, Wooly. Hello, Wooly. Welcome in. It's still autumn here. I'm still wandering around in sandals. Oh, it snowed today. I should have. So, it snowed already twice since we've been up here. A lot of snow up here. So, not like a lot lying on the ground, but like a lot coming down. We have enough muffins and cinnamon scones till tomorrow. Oh, okay. So you'll make those instead. Interesting. So it was a bit of a switcheroo. It is, but happily settling down in time for the holidays. Okay, Enrakin, that is what matters, honestly. Now, I'm going to be working through the holidays. I'm going to see if I can get a couple days off around Christmas. But basically, I'm looking at... I am looking at working through the holidays because my job does not have time off. Forget paid time off. I don't get time off. So, yeah. So Wooly is still stuck in autumn. Well, that's what happens when you live too close to the equator. Yeah. Hopefully winter will hit at some point. So what are we going to do today? Well, number one, I have 3 videos queued up. One was from... I have... Let's see, I'm checking who suggested these. So we have this one here, which was done by Simp. So we have a video recommended by Simp. Then we have a video recommended by Wooly. And then last one will be who recommended this one? Brock recommended this one. It's called The Most Terrifying Quest in Classic WoW by Nixxiom. So we'll do a little WoW video as well. Then afterwards, I'm going to chill. I'm going to get my not so mysterious guest to come and chat with me, and we will go through the fashion contest, the furniture contest winners for FF14, and we'll talk about the furniture that could be put in the game. And at that point, anyone not interested can absolutely run away, but we're just going to burble together and chat about it. 3 videos, ambitious. I chose these selectively, Wooly. I chose them selectively. And I'm going to be honest, everybody. Oh my lord, it's my little disturbing brother. Guys, if you haven't been yet, go to IRL photos in Discord and you can see a picture. I'd ordered Domino's, and my little brother who works there covered the box in so many stickers that I had to use scissors to extract my food. But I will say, my brother's baking is top notch. I never had the bread slices. I didn't know there were so many. So I'm a little nonplussed, Pachinko, because like I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna have to like store it for like lunches over the next few days. Anyway, I chose short videos on purpose. We're going to pray and hope that I can get them done within a reasonable time so I can sit and chat with my air quote mysterious guest, and then end early because I sound pretty good, right guys? Except for the part where, you know, it's my voice, but yeah. I still can get a little bit of a loss of energy. We'll see. Get cheesy bread instead. Next time I want to do the Philly steak, stuffed bread. Sounds like nepotism. How do we know you aren't getting extra bread slices? Arm. I think that's MB, actually. No, it's not. It's Royal. Hey, Royal. Welcome in. Oh, my goodness. Royal, I know that it's not nepotism because out of the whole family, Pachinko, although he is a shit disturber, he is aggressively detail-oriented and nitpicky and very specific. So, yeah. Domino's does not survive this house. Yeah, I love Domino's, but I have heard from somebody, a little mouse told me that Domino's in New Zealand is shitty. So that sucks for New Zealand. That's a New Zealand L. Don't know what to say about that one. But over here, Domino's is, in my opinion, in my humble non-gourmet, don't care about food, opinion, I enjoy Domino's. He plays the French in that war game? Wait a minute. Pachinko, are you playing the French people in Holdfast? Oh my lord. How's it going, Royal, by the way? Did you try any Detroit-style pizza? No, we did a lot more Asian stuff because where I live Asian stuff is a bit rarer. So we went out for more Asian food, and we ate also a lot at home. Yeah. Just because we were kind of busy. I was still working, by the way, while I was visiting African transplant. While I was visiting her, I was still working. I just need to say that. I took one day off, but I was working the rest of the time. And they arrive on time? Yeah, that's cool. That's key. You don't want your food cold. Is that the one that comes with a Glock? No. I don't think so. Holdfast is the old timey-wimey one, where they have to, like, line up and stuff. Papa John's who? You know, Royal, when I first went to China, the first and only pizza joint that you got in China was Pizza Hut. And Pizza Hut was good, don't get me wrong. Remember, guys, I'm not a food gourmet, all right? I don't understand always the concept about food quality or this food tastes so good. Like, I'm not a foodie, okay? I just need to preface this, so you need to take everything with a pinch of salt here, okay? Grain of salt? Anyway, when I went to Pizza Hut in China for the first time, it was wacky. This one person ordered a fish flake pizza at Pizza Hut, and the heat, the entire topping of the pizza had been covered in fish flakes. The heat from the pizza being freshly delivered caused the fish flakes to flutter from the convection of the heat. So the pizza top looked like it was alive. It looked like it was rippling, like you were looking at the back of an animal. But it was fish flakes. And of course they were like, oh, you're going to have one too, Chieko. So I'm lifting this fish flake pizza slice to my mouth, and it's practically alive because the flakes are like moving back and forth like sea anemones. And I was like, never again. That's a no for me. I don't like fish on my pizza. That I can tell you. And so then I kind of like stayed away, because I'm not against Pizza Hut, but Pizza Hut in China was weird. Like, it was very localized, and I didn't appreciate the localization touches on the pizza. And then Papa John's hit, and we would go to Papa John's probably once a month, maybe once every 2 months, because Papa John's had like the localization side of the menu with like beef floss pizza, and then they had the standardized American stuff that tasted like it was made in America. So we would order from that side, because you think you want beef floss on your pizza, but you actually, no. The answer is no. No, you don't. Papa John's isn't good anywhere. Papa John's is not good here. Does China do Asianized American food similar to Japan? Yes. Hopefully my story answers your question, Enrakin. Pizza Hut has to be ordered a specific way or it's absolute trash, but order it right and it's amazing. Beef floss. Did you guys ever have beef floss before? So beef floss is something wait a minute. It looks like this. Now, On certain Asian styles of bread, it is what it is. But this is something that you would see in most stores in China where I lived. This was a major thing. So you'd go into a regular bakery and you'd see French bread, white bread, brown bread, you know, whole wheat, whole grain, blah blah blah. And then you would see beef floss bread. Then you would see a plain donut, a glazed donut, you know, a chocolate donut. Then you would see a beef floss donut. And then you'd see a pizza, a Hawaiian pizza, Canadian pizza, you know, so on and so forth. And then you'd see a beef floss pizza. So this was a common addition on stuff. I can't. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm all about meat, but this is something else. That reminds me of a time I hit the nervous system when I was dispatching a bowfin and it wouldn't stop wriggling, and I pranked the whole family by asking them to put pieces in the ice water one by one. Oh, man. But the crust is bogus? Yeah. What does Chinese Taco Bell taste like? I don't think I saw Taco Bell there. When I left, they did have New York fries. It was pretty good. Their McDonald's was solid. Of course, they would have localized stuff, but their KFC was good. Their KFC had these spicy chicken burgers that was amazing, and their KFC coffee was solid. Once again, you guys have to take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, because I simply go by the rule, do I like it or do I not like it? This is all that I'm talking about here. This is by no means an objective analysis of the food. Subway was good over there. They, of course, had a beef floss option, if I recall correctly. I'm just not a super fan of beef floss. Royal puts it in sandwiches and cheap ramen. Yeah, I mean, I could see cheap ramen. I could see that. I just don't like it on certain stuff. Donut. 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 But yeah, donut. That's the Canadian slur. It's not an accent. It's just me slurring. I'm not teaching ESL right now. Salt. Let's see. Remember to change your chat to all? Yeah. Wait 1 second, everyone. Okay. Yeah, every now and then I'm gonna have to like stop to, yeah, basically cough and blow my nose and do all sorts of funky monkey stuff. That's how you say donut in Michigan, so not sure what is meant by that. Yeah, I think people are just being racist. Yeah. Anti-Canadianist. Canadianist. Northern statist. Although I will say, like, I mispronounce things all the time, and Party has to sometimes correct me. I'm not a very good public speaker, which is hilarious because I'm a teacher. That's why I think I get stressed out. Like, I hyper analyze everything while I'm teaching. As I'm teaching, it's very stressful. I just don't want to be a shitty teacher, you know what I mean? But I can assure you that anyone coming into my orbit as an ESL student gets taught Canadian pronunciation. None of this flag bullshit. Okay, you know what? That's it. I'm timing out my own... timing out my own mod. I don't know. When I had a donut the other day. Yeah, I just feel like that's how you say it. I don't know. I find like, you know, I met Dane IRL, talked to Dane, and my bestie's husband. They sound like really American. Their vowels are larger and like, I don't know how to explain it, more spacious. And as a result, they sound extremely preppy and like energetic and big. And I could see how that could sometimes, like if I was not in the mood for it, I would probably find it extremely annoying. I cannot get rid of my 6-year-old pronunciation of adjective. Yeah, it's not canoe. It's canoe. Apparently. The Goram Canucks with their maple syrup made and funny accent should go back north. You say it almost like I do? Oh my gosh, do I? Yeah. The thing about adjective is that you can take the D out. You don't actually have to say adjective. You could just say adjective. It's like the little things. I was trying to teach one of my students, and one of the interesting things is in certain versions of English, the D in something like looked, the D actually comes out as a T. And it's these little things. Yeah, disrespecting the Queen's English. Be quiet, Australian, presenting Kiwi man. Disrespecting? Look who's misrepresenting the Queen's English. Ben. Adjective. Wow. I like to put the C in there. I'm not gonna lie. It's adjective. King's English now. It's the King's English now. Yeah. Or should I say King's English? How was it said again? Attractive. Yeah. Adjective. Yeah. That's how you do it. You put the cut in there. Yeah. I think jackdo means to throw and ad means like toward. Or to like move toward or whatever. Anyway. Welcome to the linguistic south. Kind of don't care about the linguistic self, but thanks. I live in the far north. It was snowing today when I walked to church. I bought new winter boots in Michigan because buying boots in Michigan on Amazon is cheaper than buying boots in Canada. Get this, guys, okay? Get your hats on, all right? Get oh my gosh. So my friend takes me shopping. I get a haircut. We go shopping. I get a winter jacket. And then I'm like, She's like, do you have winter boots? I said, no. She's like, well, we should maybe look for winter boots for you. I go on Amazon.com and I find these winter boots. I search for them on the Canadian website, .ca, and to see if I could get those boots in Canada. Sure enough, I could. But get this, guys. .com, the boots were cheaper to buy and order to my friend's house, even with the exchange rate being the way it was. They're just so damn expensive in Canada. And then the tax on top of it. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to order it to your house. It came in one day. Within 24 hours, it came. Now, the 24-hour thing is not anything special. We also have something similar where you can get it within like 24 to 48 hours. But for some reason, Michigan Amazon was just... I don't know if it was... I'd have to check to see if it was... There was a sale, ? I have no idea. But it was cheaper to buy it in America, get it shipped to my friend's house, than to buy it in Canada and ship it to my place. Checo single-handedly bringing down Canadian healthcare via tax evasion. What taxes? I mean, yes, I did get taxed last year, which is disgusting. But the government, I will say, has supported me wonderfully this year, since I'm like, not to get too much in the weeds here, but basically I'm under the poverty line for Canadians. So the government gives me a little bit of money. They dribble it throughout the year so that I'm not like, yeah, so that when party abandons me for Kansas, I won't be homeless. Hopefully. But yeah. Yeah, I got a little bit of money, but not a lot, by the way. I'm not rolling. But a little bit here and there. Americans apparently insist on removing parts of the word. That is so weird. That is weird. It's adjective, guys. Come on. Yeah. And there was this one year, right, where Trudeau decided to come out with his own version of Trump bucks. It was hard for me to get any money, but I finally got like $500 from the government. And the next year I had to report it in as part of my taxes, and I got taxed for that money as well. So it was great. That was helpful, you know. And that was a really rough financial time because I was actually struggling to make ghostwriting like work, because there's nothing wrong with ghostwriting per se, but you have to be able to like write 2 to 3 books at one time to make it financially viable, because of you not getting paid until it goes to the editor. So I could get a book done really quickly, but I wouldn't see any money until the client decided that it was okay enough to go to the editor. Anyway, we're not going into it, but it was a tough period. So then I was like, oh, maybe I'll get a little bit of help during this tough period of time. No. So actually, for I think a month or 2, I canceled my Final Fantasy subscription because I couldn't carry it financially. Yeah. Winter boots are a scam. They cost an arm and a leg, and the waterproofing fails after 2 weeks. The good news, Wooly, is that these are there's 2 things. So in Canada, we actually have special sprays that you can put on your boots that will help with the waterproofing should they fail. And the second thing is that these boots were so cheap that it would have been stupid for me not to get them when I did get them. And if you're going to get solid boots at a price, I would imagine Canada and in the northern states like Montana and Michigan and Vermont and Maine and stuff. I'll send money back home for Strummer. No, you're not doing that. You're going to save up for my eventual nieces and nephews. When party leaves, the streams are over. I forgot to file my taxes the past 4 years. Nobody has come for me yet. Losing my returns, though. Yeah, I have not gotten any return for the past 2 years. So that's been fun. Welcome to the subcontractor life. I re-upped the waterproof spray on my boots after snow training. Yeah, that's what you do. Every Canadian knows. You go out, you get some spray, you spray it on your boots, if it's going to be that important. But let's be real, everyone. What are the chances that I'm going to actually go outside? Let's be real here. Just make a second rage bait channel and get free money. Oh my gosh, Jonathan, I should do one, but get like a male AI voice. No complaints. 0. Why is Party crying? Oh, probably because she's gonna leave me. Sad. But I'm so happy for her. If everything works out, that is. Gotta go grocery shopping every now and then? No. No. We, two reasons, Wooly. First off, you can't walk to the grocery store from where I live. So that's number 1. So you can just like give up on that. And then the number 2 is my dad does exist. So if I wanted to go in person, I'd hitch a ride on the day that my dad is shopping. And he usually goes in the morning, which unless it's on a Friday morning, I'm free, or Saturday morning or a Wednesday morning. Okay, you know what? Anyway, long story short, I could technically go with my dad, but usually Party and I order in using Uber groceries. Yeah, we Uber groceries. Party is building a friendship with the Uber man. Me and Dad go once a fortnight. Yes. You can get groceries delivered in modern times. Yeah, it's amazing. One can live on Joe Louis, which can be delivered during the winter. I mean, if worst comes to worst, and let's pretend that Uber went down and there was nobody driving, I could walk down to the McDonald's, and I think there's a burrito joint in walking distance. I think some sort of Asian fusion place and a sushi joint, I think. So there's that. And also my parents' house. So kind of works out. Yeah. Get her to order your graphics card and post it to you. That'll probably be cheaper as well. Maybe. Although Wooly has warned me that graphics cards might go up in price again because of AI. Like, we just survived cryptocurrencies bullshit. Now we have to get through the AI bullshit. And so I was like, I'll trust Wooly senpai. And then I get on YouTube, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I'm watching something, and on the feed was recommended from, I don't know who it is. Maybe it was Luke Stevens or somebody like that. Anyway, they were like, oh, by the way, just so you know, it could be getting expensive, and that's why the Steam, the Gabe Cube might also be more than 650 or 700 bucks because of the shortage of, anyway, because AI, I was like literally foaming. So I'm not super happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. I am not a happy camper. Now, Wooly warned me. He said, if you want to get the new GPU, get it soon. So I might be forced to do a payment plan and bite the bullet on Cyber Monday. I don't want to, but yeah. Wooly is a food snob. Yeah. You, Wooly, the way you talk about food, you scream to me gourmet foodie. You're like my sisters and some of my brothers. I'm more like, does it taste nice? And then I kind of leave it there. And that's about it. I've closed the store, still on the clock, but I can be here now. How is everyone? How are you, Epic? We are all doing well. Some of us are doing better than others, though. But all of us are alive here. It's a family reunion. That's basically what it is right now. Royal says, RAM prices are nuts. Actually, loony. Nearly tripled in price in the past few months. Screw AI. Yeah. People are shoplifting RAM modules at my micro center. I hate this place. Whoa. What? Oh no. Oh yeah. Fuck that noise. Oh my lord, that's disgusting. Hopefully the GPUs are calmed down by the time I'm upgrading about 5 to 6 years when the next Cyberpunk is out. Oh my lord. Oh Roy, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's shitty. That is shitty. Like, that annoys me. Oh man. Yeah, I'm hoping for you, Inrakin. I'm hoping for you. Like, I get it. AI can be helpful. It does your homework for you. But holy moly. Shoplifting RAM is never a thing I thought I'd hear about. Yeah. Is it COVID? I did get COVID, yes. For the past... Party and I got party sick. This is my headcanon, okay? My headcanon is that my nephew made me sick, and then I made party sick. This is my headcanon. It happened during a snowstorm on the way up north, and I have since been also injured in other places. So it's really funny. Life has been interesting, but I thought, you know what? I sound pretty normal, I think. Like, I don't think you guys can really tell from my voice. Now, if you talked to me a few days ago / a week ago, it was rough. I sounded very sick. But I have come out. My immune system is hopefully stronger than ever, like Britney Spears. And I won't get sick with COVID this Christmas. That's my hope. Okay, this is my copium. Yeah. Food, GPU prices. Yeah. Cope. Yeah. But we were very tired. I was sleeping a lot. I'm a huge proponent of just go and sleep in your bed when you're sick. We even, at one point, we were so sick, we even had chicken noodle soup, like Lipton's. Oh, and Wooly and Ben, there was this one night when we were chatting. Do you remember that night when we were chatting? And it was kind of late, and I was like, oh, I should go to bed. I'm feeling tired. As soon as I hung up, my body began to shake, and my teeth began to chatter, and I was hit with the worst case of chills followed by fever. Yeah, that was a fun night. I was like, I'm fine. Because I sounded sick, right? But I was like, okay. And then right after, my body was like, ha ha, sucker, we're not done yet. You thought you were out of it. Yeah, but no. Yeah, I think I might have pushed myself too hard. Chatting with Wooly and Ben was physically draining. By the way, guys, if you ever see me in Discord, you should always hop in and say hi. I don't judge people about, you know, whatever. Like some people feel very nervous because they think, oh, my English isn't that great or whatever. But I teach ESL, you know what I mean? So I talk to Ben, you know? Ben is faking being an Australian, but he's actually not. It's kind of, you know. Yeah. We can't all sound like Wooly, can we? But anyhow. Okay. So, what are we doing today? We are going to be watching this one from Simp that says, no one wants to be a reader anymore. Gotta love that title. You know how I love these kinds of titles. Nothing like a generalization to start off a video. Gotta love that. Gotta love that clickbait. We got a picture of a woman drinking, so I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a talk about, like, what are we even, like, oh, I'm sorry. I know it's a grift. I know this is what you got to do, but holy moly, what a title. Okay. Let's start a poll. Vote on whether you agree with this title or not. Go for it. So where's the lie? Well, I mean, books are obviously being read, but my question is, who's doing the reading and what are they reading? So, yeah, I don't know. So what does chat think? We got 9 votes in here. if my eyes do not deceive me, there are 17 people watching this stream. So let's see if we can top into, let's say, 12 voters. So if you are silently chilling, just hop in there, cast your vote, and agree or disagree. We have, are people reading? Manga readers would beg to differ. Good point. Let's see. We have no. We got 10 votes for no. Okay. Well, we're going to find out what this person's saying. But I do think that reading... Okay. I think that there are still lots of people who are reading. But I don't think that the reading that they're doing is necessarily high quality. There are a lot of people, I won't name names here, who excuse bad writing when the idea is good enough for them. Not naming names. But the reality is that there's a lot of trash out there. I read trash. I'm sure some of you are reading trash. And then there's a lot of good stuff out there. But the problem is that truly great stuff to read usually requires brain muscle. And even in a video game, you get some men. I mean, what? But you get some video gamers who don't even want to read the text on the screen anymore. They just keep pressing next. Yeah. So it's a tough time to be in because it does feel like people are not even taking the time to read anything. But maybe there are just some people who feel like everything that's out there is uninteresting to them, or it's trashy, too trashy for their taste, and they don't want to waste their time reading if it's just, BS. So that's maybe why reading has gone down the tubes. And as well, I also think that our educational system has let down a lot of people in terms of, at least in Canada, of not exposing young minds to reading at an early age. And my one friend also told me that if the parents aren't reading, then the children are less likely to read. So I think there's like a whole bunch of factors. We've covered them before. What's chat saying? Let me go back to chat. Where is chat? Vote for Shay to become El Presidente. Vite Ducci? Way too generalized to agree with. It's interesting for me because I now enjoy my books as audibles, but I role play heavily and I read short stories posted by friends. So it's like, it depends on how I want to enjoy something. Yeah, that's part of it. There's tons of people, I'm sure, who are reading stuff for free online. You know what I mean, Epic? It's a really rigid statement. It is very rigid. The amount of people I see complain about having to read in an RPG is just sad. It is very sad, Wooly. It makes... I battle the black pill a lot. But I don't want to agree with the statement on principle because this is way too generalized. But I do think reading... classical reading with a book wherein you read words on a page or words on a screen is, I fear, falling out of fashion. But we know that the romance and self-help industry are still chugging along. So there's that. Yeah. For me, college beat my enjoyment of deep reading while just sitting and enjoying a book. Now I mostly consume audibles, ranging from the Amazon Empire to Thomas Joyner. I mean, I'm not a big reader, but I just read Level 8 Understanding Unlocks in 8 days. Oh, does it, Ben? Interesting. 8 days. Is that how long you have to wait for the WW MCAP to lift? Audible is becoming more popular. Yeah. I only did Audible one time, like not the actual app. I went to YouTube. I found an older guy who was reading Oliver Twist. And the reason why I had to do it was because I was holding down a full-time job while studying at uni part-time. Don't do that again. Note to self. And I didn't have time to read Oliver Twist again. So I put on a YouTube, kind of like a, like one of those classical uploads. I did not enjoy it. I struggled. I had to rewind it a lot. There's my ear to brain input of information is sadly lacking, and my eyes move faster than my ears. Like I would probably have to pump up the, how can I say this? Audibles to me are absolute shit. There, I said it. I'm sorry, Epic. This is a subjective statement. I recognize it. The reason is because if you're reading something that's really difficult, you want to be able to pause when you can, whenever you want, and consider the sentence. And it's just not as easy to do while listening. And another issue is if it's something simple to read, then I want to speed it up. But if my mind at any point wanders, then I have to stop and rewind it again. Whereas if I'm reading with my eyes are faster and will speed up and slow down as I wish. And my ability to visualize heightens by a massive %. So I think for me, I will never, ever, ever acclimate to Audible. I know some of you folks love Audible. I'm not shitting on you. It's just, it's very hard for me. Even to this day, okay? I will be crafting, okay? I'll be crafting in Final Fantasy 14 or gathering. I'll have something on my second monitor that I'm listening to, and my mind will drift. And I'll be like, wait. And I'll have to actually stop the video and rewind it and then force myself to actually not move and watch it. So it's very, very, yeah, I have a problem. I don't know what my problem is, but it is a problem. This video, I think she was just mad at Luke Guy who got a book deal. Okay, well, we'll find out. It haunts my dreams. Last thing I listened to on Audible was that Femdom book. I had to listen to it 3 times. Yeah. It was really slow. It was really shit. That's what it was. I should do a stream where I rewrite the first chapter. Just the first chapter alone of that stupid book. Oh man. I wanted to write my own Femdom book. Holy moly, that thing made me mad. And you know Audra Winter's simp? Like that whole thing of I hate my voice. I totally get what she's talking about. But if anything made me hate wanting to be made me hate being a woman, it was that book made me so embarrassed as a woman. James Marster is the voice that championed Audible for me. The voices were voice acted. He's the Buffy vampire actor after all. And in cases where there's so many characters, a good voice enhances. Yeah, Spike, super sexy boy. Yeah. I also have moments where I replay a section of the story to memorize a line. For me, hearing the words outside my head lets me break apart why I like the scene, for example. Interesting, because you know what, Epic? I think when I read, I also can make myself hear the words. You sure you didn't listen to it 3 times because you enjoyed it? For example, to this day, there's a certain character that said, I rode the light of the stars to you. And whenever I say that, I actually hear that voice saying that line. But how can I say it? Reading that line also helped. rewriting terrible smut books like Morning Glory and whatever that dragon book was would probably do it. Oh no, and Racken, you're out of the loop, my friend. We found something even worse. We found something so bad in Racken. I took screenshots. That's all I'm going to say. I have receipts. Do you hear the human version or the furry version? Furry or scaly, really. Yeah. Yeah. The full version from the video. From the cutscene. But yeah. Besto friendo. Oh, and Racken, we discovered something that was so painful. Party tried to read out this one line to me while we were sitting together one night in front of our Christmas tree. She tried to read a couple lines from the book, and we were laughing so hard we could not. She had to compose herself for like a minute and a half because she was almost like crying from tears of horror. And Party is actually, like, I shouldn't use the word actually, right? But Party is a blogger and she is a writer in her own right. She has an awareness of what makes good writing. And she was like, this is absolute. She could write something better. I'm sure almost anyone in chat could write better than what we discovered. I have a voice in my head that voice acts whenever I read automatically. In a way, that's the level of me projecting into the character, right? But when you hear the voice growl line, Epic's like, ooh. Then while playing WoW outside of raiding, listening while doing other things is habit forming. I've lately decided to stop and focus on things here and now. Wow. Interesting. That's so, yeah, I mean, let me know how that goes for you, Willie. It was even on the second page, so we weren't even far in. You stopped at the first line as well. You had to comment about the first line also. But anyway, let's see what this woman is talking about. Let's see how far we can get.
Favorite movies, The Holiday. Cameron Diaz's character talks about how she buys books that she knows she has zero intention of reading because she's a hot advertisement lady and doesn't have the time to spend on books. But when she ends up dumping her cheating boyfriend and packs a trip to the idyllic English countryside where she assumes that she will read and relax and enjoy her alone time. That doesn't happen at all. Those books don't get read. But she does end up dating the brother of the woman whose house she's rented, and he's a publisher, so I guess that's close enough. Hey guys, so I am in a new location because I currently hate what my filming setup looks like, and I'm not going to put myself through trying to film in that current location because of kind of what we're talking about in this video, which is the aesthetics of being a reader becoming more important than being a reader itself. Book talk has ruined reading is not a new take. It is very common nowadays to just believe that book talk has devalued the hobby of reading. And I feel like up until like the last week or so, I really felt like that was disingenuous and that was like really taking away from the gift that book talk has given to the publishing industry. And I definitely think that there is something to be said about the reality that the aesthetics of reading are now more important than the actual reality of reading a book and engaging with the themes of said book or the themes of the community at large. So let's go ahead and dive right in, shall we? So I read Silver Elite, and I will not be reviewing it here because, honest to God, that book nearly broke me. I nearly decided that was going to be my last rant review. I do believe the rant reviews will continue to happen. This book very much really drilled home for me that the people that read these particular types of books and don't engage with the themes are not reading books for intellectual purposes. And I've already talked a little bit on this channel about anti-intellectualism and the rise of that specifically on Book Talk, so I'm not going to unpack that here, but let's talk a little bit about Silver Elite, and I will give my thoughts on the book in this video. But if you want my in-the-moment reactions, I have a vlog on my Patreon entirely detailing to you spoilers and all about how much I disliked Silver Elite. So directly from my notes, I'll describe what Silver Elite is. It's a dystopian, smutty nonsense pushing incredibly conservative values, including, but not limited to, anti-education rhetoric, mental health stigmas, both sides seeing a genocide, wrapped up in a shoddy framework with the most annoying characters you could ever come across. Content of the book itself was not the main controversy with Silver Elite. If you were on
Do you remember, everyone, how I said that the wokies were coming for romance? Do you remember? Does anyone here in chat raise your hand in chat if you all remember the day when I said that romance is under attack? Does anyone here remember? You see, the issue that I have with Shoe on Head and Asmongold's responses to, the book talk, air quote, gooning female trend is what they don't understand. And this is my beef with them, okay? I agree with them about a lot of things, all right? This is not, Chieko hating on Asmongold, Chieko hating on Shoe on Head. I'm not, I think Shoe on Head was a Bernie bish at one point, right? I'm not talking about their politics. I'm talking about their ideas, right? Generally speaking, I think they have some good points. But my issue is that they don't understand that there is way more going on than meets the eye. And what I'm literally speechless because this stuff, like what this woman the bullshit that just came out of this woman's mouth, okay? The propagandizing that this woman just did about a romance novel is exactly what's been going on, I believe. And I have personally seen and witnessed in the ghostwriting space for the past 10 to 15 years. There has been an ongoing push against romances because romances go against the extreme feminist agenda of making all women entirely free of men. And I say extreme feminism because as a normal first, partially second wave feminist myself, I like voting. I like getting an equal wage. I like being able to be single and not being forced into marriage. That would be great. I like to own my own property. I'd like to be able to tell people where my money is going. I like to make decisions for myself as an individual, as a female. But what I don't want to do, okay, what I don't want to do is shit on other women who decide and wish to pursue being married and having kids and having romance. Even myself, is not entirely closed off to the idea of being with someone in the future. It's just that there's like a gazillion hurdles to overcome to get to that point. So when Asmongold and Shoe on Head go after these people, I feel sometimes that the rhetoric they use is incomplete because they don't understand that this romance trend that they're seeing has the appearance of being protected by the MSM, but it is actually in a precarious position right now because your traditional dynamics with an alpha male and a fairly basic lady, like your most general, air quote, the fact that I actually have to use the word traditional to this is wacky. But anyway, the most, normal dynamic that you would see between your average Joe and your average Jane is now coming under extreme question. And you have these books that are now actually getting quite dark. We call them dark romances. And some of these books, whether they're dark romances or not, are being, I'm almost laughing, are being called conservative propaganda. die. I'm literally gonna be killed by this. They're called conservative propaganda simply because the woman is going to find happiness with a man at her side, or because the man has a more aggressive, strong personality and is going to take captive the female or her heart. You know, because we all know that when Jonathan plays a Street Fighter game, he actually, in real life, Jonathan actually wants to go out onto the streets of California and start physically fighting people. And when Ben plays Where Winds Meet, he actually wants to like go head to head, you know, with a fantastical creature. Like what, you know, anyway, all of that to say, you know, yeah. You know, so when a long time ago, about a year ago, I told everybody that romance was coming under fire, it was because when I was studying how to write romance novels as a ghostwriter, they were already discussing how to not make a traditional dynamic between a man and a woman problematic. They were already worried about the problematics of romance. And this woman here is now coming out and saying it. But it's been around for a while now. It's been under the rug. It's been behind closed doors. But now that they feel like, oh, our position is more solidified, we can now say this, they're now going to say it out loud. We're going to hear this a lot. And I don't think that they will win any more than I don't think gaming will entirely be lost. But we're already getting cringe people trying to write cringy romances with a subtext of social commentary. And I have read some fanfic that had very obvious, not so subtext social commentary. I've read it before. It's cringe. But there's a level where it starts destroying the story. It destroys the point of the story. Same thing with the femdom book. If you put the femdom book with good writing in a vacuum, it's fun and it's interesting. But the writing is shit, and the context for that book is extremely suspect. And that makes that book actually problematic. So anyway, this is where we're at, guys, where your average, weird, poorly written romance novel is now being called a conservative I can't get that out of my mouth without like chuckling a little. Conservative propaganda. So I just want to say, I said it first. Yeah. Good night, Miro. Rest well. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Don't laugh. You're going to hurt yourself. Yeah, I'm going to try not to laugh. Silver Elite, dude's a badass. Not really. Who's a little bitch for the FMC. Their ideology doesn't make money or sense. Yeah. So Simp says Silver Elite isn't that bad. It's just not preaching. That is therein. Simp is correct, right? There's nothing actually wrong with Silver Elite. It's just not openly saying a message, okay? And this is where I'm saying that romance is under fire, because if it is not openly preaching about how women don't need men, then it becomes conservative propaganda. When the whole point of romance is that a woman needs a man and a man needs a woman. They both, I don't know, hear me out here. They both need each other. In a well-written romance, the man needs something and the woman needs something. So anyway, so let's just think about that. She just said that Silver Elite is conservative propaganda, which is hilarious. She said that with a straight face. She probably thought she was going to sound smart.
Stigmas, both sides seeing a genocide, wrapped up in a shoddy framework with the most annoying characters you could ever come across. Content of the book itself was not the main controversy with Silver Elite. If you were unaware, this book kind of came out of nowhere and it had a huge marketing push, considering the fact that no one knew who the author was. It was a debut name, and then there was some rumors circulating that it was a pseudonym for a New York Times bestselling author. And people have had a lot of fun is probably the wrong word, but have been delving into this person's background, trying to figure out who it is. There's been a lot of claims that it's like Colleen Hoover or some other romance author that don't want to have their name associated with the book. Either they're problematic, or in my personal opinion, I think that they think the book might be problematic, so they don't want to put their name on it. One of the more popular theories is that this was written by AI. I've read the book. I don't think it was written by AI, but I do think we are, as many people in the community have said, we are very, very close to a big 5 publisher just coming out with a completely AI-driven garbage. And I have a feeling a lot of people will read it just because that's what they think they're supposed to do. People in the romantasy genre.
I want to weigh in here and talk about ghostwriting as well. So I have worked with publishing houses directly, who would reach out to me and contract me for a piece of writing. And one of them was romance. So I bet there are some romance authors that don't actually exist and never did exist. So don't even think about AI. Silver Elite could actually be the combined efforts of a couple ghostwriters and a few editors, for example. So what I'm trying to say here is like, it is very, very possible that like a publisher went out and said, hey, we need this niche filled. Can someone write it? And usually in some cases, like I'm not going to get into details about what book I wrote, but essentially they'll come to you with a list of tropes. You will create an outline for the book. You will submit it. They will give you feedback. You will give them the final draft outline. You will legally agree to that outline. You write it for them. That name that they have used for that book is not yours, and it's not anyone who actually exists on this planet. It's a completely fake person. Yeah. Yeah. Will they annoy romantasy readers like they did gamers? That's the question of the hour. And Racken, that is the question of the hour. Because if women perceive the group to have a loud voice in one direction, I do think women, for a variety of psychological and biological reasons, are more likely to sometimes succumb to group fervor. It's actually a human thing. I just think women are more likely to struggle with speaking their mind. That being said, there is a safety in the anonymity of the there is a safety in the anonymity of the internet. So some women can actually become quite tough online with their reviews, and they can go off. They can read somebody to filth, so to speak. So it is very possible that if enough women get pissed off, they will say something. Our case in point is Bridgerton shit the bed with season 3. I don't watch this show, but I was told by multiple female siblings that they shit the bed with a season, and a whole bunch of women came out and were like, fuck this shit, fuck this noise, and they got upset. Now, has that caused any change? I don't know. We will find out more when Party reports back. But basically, yeah. Maybe it's a reaction to the hyper-dependent woman we saw in media a while back. Maybe. Once it said man could overthrow the matriarchy, I knew it was a fantasy book. Men couldn't. Without a client, with a publishing house client, only they get their name on it. Yes, Shay. So it would be very similar to a Warcraft or Star Wars novel, except for the part where your name actually doesn't go on it. They make a fake brand name, like brand name, not a brand new name, a brand name, because that brand name will be linked to that specific, genre. Imagine this book being the Nightmare Client, and now Chieko wants to die inside because people are actually reading it. My headcanon is that Chieko wrote this book. Guys, I'm not gonna, like I said, I can't talk about the specifics of my jobs, but let's just say this. The complaint that I got from my clients was that my ability to convey emotional fidelity was lacking, and that my sentences were too complex and some of my vocabulary was too high. So I actually had to go back to certain portions of this one book that I wrote for romance, and I had to tweak it so it sounded more peppy, because I tended to write in more... It got heavy, I suppose. It didn't get preppy. It wasn't like zippy and zingy. And so I had to actually go back and rewrite a couple paragraphs here and there to like massage it a little to keep it really light. Yeah. And I had to remove the vocabulary that I was using, some of the vocabulary I was using. But that's what the client wanted, so they got it. Wait, what? Reports back? Yeah, you got to tell us if Bridgerton survives another season and if they change things again. See, that's what I was thinking, not gonna lie. Exactly, you can't confirm or deny. Legal obligation saves the headcanon. Makes sense in retro. Movies and games are written by a committee. Why not genre product books? Absolutely. Wouldn't that be a burn if that was the product of Chieko's ghostwriting? It would be. Chieko would definitely describe a much better Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Oh no. Okay, guys, I gotta explain this, all right? So Ben just wrote... So, Chieko would definitely describe a much better scenery. Does anyone... Oh, I'm crying now. Does anyone know what's wrong with the sentence? Does anyone know what's wrong with the sentence? Actually, guys, do you guys know what's wrong with the sentence? Does anyone here know? It's perfect. Okay, I don't want to end. Basically, the problem is here. The A. Yes, Royal. I wish I could, I gotta get a Twitch going so I can give people gold stars. Basically, this A shouldn't be here. Scenery is what we call a non-countable noun or an uncountable noun. So you can't put a definite article before the word scenery. Now, you guys might be wondering, why is Chieko talking about this? Well, the book that someone gave 4 out of 5 stars to, actually, traditional published book by a small press, I will say. The author published the book, and in one of the sentences used the phrase, a much better scenery. Let that sink in, chat. Let that sink in. A much better... much better scenery. Yeah. Yeah. This was this book was, by the way, traditionally published. Presumably had an editor. Your esophagus should stay inside. Oh no, Willie. Chat is too funny. I miss chat. Is bad grammar an indicator of non-AI writing? I do think this was not AI. I think this was a sloppy human job. Epic. By the way, this phrase, a much better scenery, I'll make this super easy for you, was from the book What Fury Brings. For those of you who want to, experience brain rot, you can just read the opening sample, chapter 1, for a much better scenery. It will, so the thing is, Shay, I agree that AI could possibly make this mistake, but AI would have more description. This book did not have enough description. The AI would be putting in complex sentences and better description. Whoever wrote this book was not good. Let's just say that. It was really, really bad. I was busy laughing too. It's perfect when I look at the dark behind my eyelids. Oh yeah. When I look at the dark behind my eyelids. Oh my lord. Anyway, all I'm going to say is that was traditionally published, okay? And if it was AI, it was so bad of an AI that it couldn't even get descriptions right. What I want to say is that AI isn't the only problem. It's also the ghostwriters. No offense to the ghostwriters. I was one myself. But if the ghostwriter doesn't have adequate editorial support, or the client has weird ideas, then things are going to happen that are unfortunate. Yeah. So it's not even, the low quality of writing is not just an issue with AI. It is an issue with also lack of editing. There's just, in my opinion, somewhere around, like, the editing is just not there for humans even. And I've worked with great editors, but I've also worked with a couple shitty editors who made me feel like, oh, you're just so great. You're such a great writer. Like, oh my goodness. And I'm like, but there was a mistake like right there. They were just sloppy. So anyway, let's keep going. I'm going to take a breath and eat another slice of pizza.
Who see that a book has spice and a vaguely familiar setting are not asking questions about the identity of the author, nor if the person who wrote it was an actual person or a computer. The entire book for me was really just painful. The thing I will say about Silver Elite was that the reading experience was painful solely because of the strange propaganda it was pushing. There's a lot of talk about how education is a waste of resources, shaming mental illness, and creating like a plot point around schizophrenia that was just super uncomfortable to me. And on top of that, there was, once again, the same carbon copy romantic characters that have nothing in common and just want to bone each other. That was the entirety of the romantic chemistry. I thought we would have maybe an interesting reveal at the end. We did not. It was incredibly predictable and very poorly written. And on top of all of that, there was this notion that the author, or whoever it was that wrote this book, was pushing that the oppressive regime was actually better than the people fighting against it. That's where it really just kind of jumps into the deep end of normalizing being in an oppressive society in a way that just really felt incredibly tone deaf during this administration. And I don't know if the publisher wanted this, but it really feels like they did. And I have decided that my theory about Silver Elite is that it was written by a troll. I don't necessarily know why it got published, but the attitude in the book is so aggressively... What am I trying to say? Condescending. That's what I'm trying to say. The book feels condescending. It feels like it's talking down to its audience. And a lot of the romantasy books feel like that sometimes. But this one particularly, I was like, we already know he's hot. Like, we've heard that the main guy is hot like 20 fucking times before they even really have a conversation. Why is it like not even at least trying to elaborate on the world even a little bit? And then some of the shit, like with like one of the countries being very much inspired by the drug cartel, like, and smuggling drugs, but it's okay, it's not racist because the main character might have had ancestors from that country, so it can't be racist. Yikes. And on top of that,
okay so I hope everyone can hear me. I'm just going to check. Okay, yep, all right. I'm going to set aside her rhetoric around the current political situation. We're going to talk about Silver Elite. I did not read it. But I will say this. Sorry, guys. I don't actually think that it necessarily was written by a troll or by a conservative propagandist. I know she's going to be a little upset with me if I say this, okay? And I apologize to my lefty friends in the chat. And I've seen this, by the way, happen on conservative side as well, all right? So this is not me just shitting on the left. This also happens on the right. But there have been moments in my life when somebody on the left side of the aisle says something that is so sexist and racist without meaning to, because they're trying to make an intellectual point. And they think they're being smart and intellectual and making a statement, but they're actually making everything worse. It's like those men who say things like, well, as a woman, you lose agency and power when you get married. And they're a male feminist. Yeah. They could say something like, well, you know, in the olden days, when you got married, you would essentially become chattel and you would lose your ability to control your finances and your wealth and etc. And only when you became a widow would you have any kind of physical freedom. Okay? No. They still hold to this idea that women today, modern day women, lose agency and power when they get married. Now, actually, men and women both lose some sort of independence, right? Because they're now beholden to their partner. Shocker. You know, they're now beholden to their children that they have made. Shocker. They're now actually beholden to the pets that they've decided to adopt. Shocker. Oh, what is this? Is this called responsibility? But like setting that aside, this idea that feminists have that women lose power when they get married or find a partner is so sexist because it is valuating a woman and her role in society by what a man does. It's saying if you don't have a job, you don't have value in society. You are not earning a wage, you don't have value in society. And it's extremely problematic. It happened to my mother on multiple occasions where people would treat my mother as if she were uneducated because she decided to remain home, have 10 children, and homeschool. Now, my dad was part of that decision-making process because my parents love each other. But my mom was in full... My mom was in full agreement and in fact had made a decision before she even met my dad to have 6 kids. She always dreamed of having a large family. So when she met my dad and found out he was open to it, you know, the rest, is what it is. But you had these women, maybe some men. I would have to ask my mom, but you had these women who were treating my mom like shit because she decided to stay home and be a housewife. And you had these feminists behaving like absolute sexists toward my mother because of her life choices. And this is why I'm like, it is entirely possible that Silver Elite, like What Fury Brings, was written by somebody who thought they were making a statement about something and were, in fact, just really shitty at writing and conceiving the idea. Because that's what happened with What Fury Brings. What Fury Brings is supposed to be, apparently, about revenge. And about this writer being unhappy about stuff that happened in her life. Which, fair enough. That it's shitty. But what in the end happened was the normalization of misandry. That's what happens in this book. The normalization of an oppressive anti-male society. Now, you can come to me and say, well, it's a dystopian. Well, it's a revenge novel. Doesn't matter. Same thing with Silver Elite. This lady right here. She's like, I felt patronized and it was normalizing, blah, blah, blah. I think that there are some books that end up poorly written and they accidentally cross a line and can get extremely problematic in pursuit of making a point. You see... Do you remember how I said it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it? Do you remember how I was like, how you say something is almost as important as what you are saying? This is a case in point, right? You have these books that are trying to say something meaningful, right? Saying something meaningful, doing something interesting, pushing the fringes, right? I remember 50 Shades of Grey came out. I was like, oh, boo. Who cares? It's just another male dominates female thing. It's like tale as old as time. Wake me up when something actually interesting happens. I wanted to see something reversed. I'm all into role reversal personally. But What Fury Brings is not the role reversal I wanted. It was poorly done. And Silver Elite sounds like it was poorly written. Let's see what Shay has read Silver Elite. Shay is saying, what? Shay, what the psychobabble is she twisting into the facts? Shay says she wasn't calling it better. OMG, Shay, this administration. I think I disagree with the video maker, though. I did read it. I do regret it, but that's something else entirely. What she's saying is off. Well, I mean, women sometimes, like, I shouldn't say women. That's bad. Okay, I'm going to retract that. Readers, both male and female, will sometimes read something and then in their head, it's like canonical that it's this way when it's not that way at all. And the reason why I retracted from saying women is because Simp did that with Aquitar. Yeah, he forgot a scene and thought that the scene was doing something when the scene wasn't doing it. So it happens to both men and women. I suddenly like this book much more based on my dislike for the plucky underdog rebels. Larasimus is Labad. During this administration, I'm ashamed to say I've censored myself because of the political comment with G poses. Should go back and do those G poses, though. I shouldn't cater to that kind of logic. You should do what you want, Epic, as long as it's legal. Please don't involve a minor. But like, we need to stop shaming people for trying something. Now, what we should do is we should be critical if it's poorly written. We should come out with our analytical hat on and be like, hey, irrespective of who wrote this, irrespective of what they're trying to do, we should ask ourselves, did they write it well? And if the answer is it's shit, we should then review it accordingly. But in terms of our entertainment, we should never be shaming someone for going out and doing fun their own way. Respecting a woman's choice is what is essential for me. Even if the woman chooses to be a stay-at-home mom, TBH, I would be a stay-at-home dad if the chance ever arises. You know, Epic, I'm a woman who chose not to get married, not to date, not to pursue having kids. I'm very blessed to be in a nation that does not penalize me for choosing to remain single for such a long time. I'm extremely blessed and thankful that both in America and in Canada, my single female friends are safe and are able to live a full life being single. I heavily recommend that women think twice before just running into babyland, and homeschooling. If a woman comes to me and is like, hey, I'm thinking about homeschooling, my first question is, tell me about yourself. Let's do some personality inventory. Can I come visit your home? Because all of these things would help me understand whether this woman has the mental fortitude to homeschool, right? So this is where I'm saying is I am not wishing to put anyone in a box. But you can see how some people, in a rush to emancipate women, actually shit on regular women. In a rush to emancipate the Chiekos of the world, they shit on Chieko's mom. And I never wanted to see that as a woman who is very happy to be, not at home with the kids. But by the way, if I had stayed home with the kids, I would have been homeschooling as well. Anti-male society. What? Oh, that explains it all. Go ahead and put Silverleaf down. You want a book about an evil matriarchy? Let's take a trip to Toril and travel Underdark Road to Menzoberranzan. Interesting. So I'm assuming what you are referring to, Epic Thulu, is the dark matriarchy of the Dark Elves in Forgotten Realms. Embrace your internalized Saki Chieko. They will teach you wisdom. She wanted to see a conservative message, and other people are calling it that, which is why I got curious enough to read it. It's decidedly not conservative propaganda, but it is definitely shit. Yes. Yeah. Start with Drizzt Do-Erden, then move on to War of the Spider Queen and the Lady Penitent series. That's all the evil matriarchy you need in fiction. Drow matron mothers wrote the book. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this because I actually want to read a matriarchal book. Because what Fury Brings was a disappointment, but maybe this will be better. I'll try it out. Thanks, Epic. I think Silver Elite is a piece of Mary Sue girl boss trash, but this video is so far making me angry on the book's behalf. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Shay. That's fair. And once again, just because Silver Elite is trash doesn't mean that it is necessarily propaganda for anything. Silver Elite could just be a trashy romance novel, right? And what Fury Brings, I do think there is a social context around it that does bring a conversation into it. But in the case of what Fury Brings, this is a situation where I think someone wanted to make a statement about something and then just came off looking like an asshole, which is never a good look. R.A. Salvatore based the drow matriarchy of mafia as a religion. Wait, I will. I want to suggest a dark matriarchy book for you. Okay. All right. I'm going to read a dark matriarchy book when I have time.
Main thing that like motivates the character is not getting back to her like found family. She doesn't really give a about them, actually. Her main motivation is to just not go back into solitary confinement. And I felt like the entire time when I was reading it, the main focus of the story was to make sure she never separated from the hunky guy. It was always him that was the main point of the story, and it was very much telling like the reader that the point of the story is for her to be with this one guy. And then at the end, it's basically established that they know everything about each other. They just didn't know that they'd been talking to each other the entire time they were kids. And that's such lazy writing. Speaking of hunky guys, let's pivot to a different thing that happened on Threads this week that has become...
This video is all over the place, but I do want to say something. I was talking with my mentor a long while ago, before everything, and I gave them a sample of my writing, and I said, "What do you think?" And they wrote back, "We just need more of the two romance interest. We just need more of it. You need to cut out this section, and why is this section here?" And then they told me every single scene has to be focused on and moving forward the relationship. Now, ordinarily, I would be like, that is the shittiest writing advice ever. But I thought about it some more. Sorry. I thought about it some more. And, you know, I thought about how well they're doing financially with their writing. And I thought, they have to know something. They have to know something that I don't. And I went on a reading spree of MM stuff. And I came to the realization that she's not wrong. Now, there are going to be some romance writers. There are going to be some romance writers who gain enough traffic so that they can do 60-30 in favor of the world building and fantasy, or even, 60-30, that is terrible math, 70-30 in favor of the fantasy. But most starting off indie writers have to go 70-30 in favor of the romance. And the reason is because most women are there for the romance. Now, you have this dichotomy, very much like Rotten Tomatoes, where you have the Rotten Tomatoes of book reviewing, of book reviewers who prefer 70-30 fantasy in favor of fantasy. And then you have the regular female reader who prefers 70-30 romance. So it's a very interesting situation where you can get by financially by writing 70-30 romance books, because your average reader is not going to care actually about the world building and other stuff. In fact, if it gets too heavy, you might lose them. So it's very, very interesting. There's a weird dichotomy that's starting to diverge. Diverge? Yeah, diverge. They're going to diverge drastically, like video games. R.A. Salvatore based the drow. Okay, wait a minute. Silverly is the author, is probably furious no one boned in The Last Jedi. Romance novels about two romantic interlocutors. OP is angry. Why? I don't know. Now, I will say this, everyone, that the few reviewers that I reached out to, I got some people to review some of my stuff, and many of them actually wanted to know about the world building more. And this is where I've I've come to my tinfoil hat theory is that if you have high volume readers who are posing as analysts, you're going to see them wanting more world building and more details, which, I mean, I don't blame them. I'm there with them. But I know for a fact that you can get away with not putting a lot of that in. So I disagree with her. Some books are just going to be focused on the two characters getting together. That's the point of the book. Is Simp here? Does Simp agree with this lady? Where is Simp? I need to dig him out. Wait 1 second. Where's Simp? Is he in here? Is he in the chat? Simp died at the first audio pause of laughter, I think. It says he's away. But anyway, we'll keep going.
Scandal, and we're going to be talking about Luke Bateman.
Hey, I'm Luke.
And here's my thing. I don't technically have any ill will towards this person. If you've not heard about this guy, apparently he was a rugby player, ? But he was also on The Bachelor, and within less than 2 months, maybe even just a month, he managed to conglomerate like 200,000 followers on TikTok and a 2-book deal with a big publisher, even though he doesn't have a manuscript. So let's come back to the aesthetics of reading. We've already talked about the fact that
here's the thing though, lady. I don't know what world you think you're living in, but the world that we live in, all right? I hate to break it to you a little bit, Mads. Okay, I know. It's going to make you bitter. It's going to make you black-pilled. It made me black-pilled. But this world is not really running on people with skill and knowledge, all right? It runs on charisma and power, all right? If you're charismatic and you can sell and negotiate yourself really well, you're going to do great. But if you have an inkling of honesty and, you know, maybe some self-respect, you are going to be screwed. I don't know how to say this. And the fact that you are pretending, surely you must know that already, but the fact that you are pretending, I assume, that you don't know how he got this deal is silly given the clickbaity title of your video. Because you obviously know that this world does not run on honesty, okay? It runs on lies and marketing. And probably a bit of insurance. You wrote a clickbait title, lady. And you're asking, why did Luke Bateman get something? Well, maybe he did a clickbait title in the form of a letter to a publisher. Just saying. Just saying.
content of the books that a lot of people are reading, specifically on Book Talk in this romantasy section, have conservative values. We've already talked about that a little bit on the channel as well. But the books themselves really only tell the reader, you need to find the hunky guy and you need to stay with him. And now we, specifically on Book Talk in this romantasy section, have conservative values. We've already talked about that a little bit on the channel. This guy, apparently he was a rugby player, ? But he was also on The Bachelor, and within less than 2 months, maybe even just a month, he managed to conglomerate like 200,000 followers on TikTok and a 2-book deal with a big publisher, even though he doesn't have a manuscript. So let's come back to the aesthetics of reading. We've already talked about the fact that the content of the books that a lot of people are reading, specifically on Book Talk in this romantasy.
Is she going? Is she going to shit on Audra Winter? Because Audra Winter got a shit ton of money and produced absolute bullshit when it finally came out. Oh, wait a minute. Audra is going to be a trans man now. So does that mean Audra gets to be shit on because Audra is a man now?
Section have conservative values. We've already talked about.
Oh my gosh. I forgot that I was listening for this. Sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I just need to hear this again.
So let's come back to the aesthetics of reading. We've already talked about the fact that the content of the books that a lot of people are reading, specifically on Book Talk in this romantasy section, have conservative values. We've already talked about that a little bit on the channel as well.
I love how biology is being spun as conservative. Guys, humans want to have sex with other humans, and a woman wants to be financially stable enough so she can have babies safely. Woman seeks monogamous, loyal man. Conservative values. Oh my lord. So I guess liberal women want to have a fuckboy who's going to cuck them with other women. Is this what we're talking about here? What is she? No. Just because you want to, guys, I hope all of my left-leaning folks in here feel emboldened to have a relationship with someone who probably, hopefully, will not cheat on them and love them for who they are, whether or not they have sex, whatever kind of sex it is that they're having. Like, I don't know how to say this, guys, but a human wanting to make babies with another human, this is not a conservative value. This is called biology. You know? Now, there are some guys out there, there are some girls out there who don't want to have babies, right? They make plans so they don't have children. But your average man and your average woman are gonna want to have sex. And the safest way for a woman to have sex, being, physically the way she is more often than not, a woman is going to want to have financial stability, a way to take care of herself. And if she starts waking up to her biological clock at some point, she's going to want to have someone she can rely on to help her take care of the baby. So this is why relationships happen. Now, of course, there's a religious element that I think adds to this that I personally have. I have some religious views on other additional factors that are in play here. But if we extract any of my religious beliefs out of this situation and look at it from a purely Darwinian perspective, what are we on about? I'm afraid this woman is like huffing copium, like, because this is whack, okay? This is wacky. No woman wants to be with a man who is useless, okay? Now, what does a useful man look like? Well, that can change with time because of technology. So the man that could be able to make a plow with his hands and sustain the family on like first world or subdeveloped Iron Age environments, those men don't exist more or less nowadays. Most men, we're going to count ourselves lucky if they know how to jack up, a car and change a wheel. I don't know how to do that, but you know what I'm saying? So I don't think that how usefulness is defined always remains the same because of technological advancements. But a woman and a man in a relationship need to be useful enough so that their baby, when they put something in their mouth and start choking, that neither the man nor the woman melts down and just cries while the baby dies. Does this make sense to everyone here? You know, like, oh no, I dropped my baby. Am I just going to melt down? Or am I going to keep my shit together and call 911 if I have to? You know what I'm saying here? It's called, I don't know, maturity. Right. Yeah, that's what it is. So I think like most people nowadays are dreaming of having a competent partner, whether they're gay or straight, whether they have kids or not. They want to have someone they can rely on in these tumultuous times, right? You don't want to be married to someone who's going to collapse when you need them, who's going to be crying over their own boo-boo while you're dealing with a broken leg. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is not conservative value to have a woman seek a man who is competent and knows how to take care of himself and her. And by the way, it's a reversal as well. If a man said to me, hey, I would prefer my woman not to be crying at the drop of the hat every 5 seconds because a squirrel fell from the tree and died, I think, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I have a left-leaning friend who is very tender-hearted about animals, okay? Like, I could not talk to her about Hassan shocking his dog, allegedly, because she wouldn't be able to handle it. She wouldn't. Even the idea of it possibly, allegedly happening, would probably send her into a tailspin. And she is the type who cries when she sees a dead animal on the side of the road. And I asked her one time, I said, how do you handle those emotions when you see that on your way to work? Like, do you have to pull over? What's going on here? Because I'm not super emotional. And so I had to ask her. And she said to me that she has learned how to cope with her emotions so that she can keep driving and not have a complete meltdown. So this is what I'm talking about, right? I'm saying it's not a conservative ideal to be a mature person and to want a mature person in a relationship to help you get through life so that you don't end up dying alone like Tesla in a hotel, hallucinating about white pigeons with red laser eyes. I don't know, Bish. Okay, I'm gonna play some more video and read chat.
But the books themselves really only tell the reader, you need to find the hunky guy and you need to stay with him. And now we have a situation where I'm on TikTok. I have seen lots of book content in the last little bit. I didn't even know this guy existed until this whole book deal started blowing up on Threads. He likes fantasy. I think he is genuine when he says he likes fantasy, but I also think that he knew exactly what he was doing when he came on to Book Talk. Book Talk is summoned. And I'm sorry, I just feel like it's really frustrating being in a community where a lot of people have to work so much harder than someone who gets to sit in their tractor, doesn't need to bathe, doesn't need to think about his background. He just gets to just be a hot white guy. And all of a sudden, all of these women who have been taught that their only goal is to find a hunky man and like thirst over him, not be in a good relationship with him, just be thirsty over him. And now this guy is like, oh, there's no barriers to getting into reading or writing.
Do you remember how I said that like these so-called feminists actually end up being extremely sexist? Yeah, this is where we go around full circle. Royal said, bunch of women love a useless man. They love the power imbalance, funnily enough. Royal, the only woman who loves a useless man is a control freak and is probably in a mentally unhealthy state. Just like a man liking a useless woman is a control freak and is in a mentally unhealthy place. Anybody who thinks that it is mentally healthy to perpetuate the lack of psychological individuation of their partner because they enjoy power means that they have issues. That is not okay. If a man came out and said, I like a useless woman because it makes me feel powerful, how do you think people would respond to that? We would all look at him and go, you are a creep. You are a creep. Those conservative men who perpetuate ideas about women being stupid and not being educated have small dicks, and they need their women to be stupid because they need their ego propped up. Okay? That's a conservative male problem. And I have seen that, actually. And I hate that. And I have always spoken out about that. A real man does not have a princess for a partner. A real man has a queen because he is a king. A king does not marry a princess. A king marries and creates with his marriage sometimes, but he could also just meet her, a queen in the metaphorical sense of the term. No one in their right psychological mind should ever have a king marrying a princess or a queen marrying a prince. Now, obviously, there's always going to be one person, usually in that relationship, who's going to have a louder voice. I've actually experienced that on a more friendship platonic level with my friends who were females. Accepting a couple of females in my life who were blessedly outspoken about what they wanted. A large portion of the women in my life, I was talking about this with Wooly. It's a white Northern European female problem. A large portion of them struggle to speak their minds. And so I would say something like, where would you like to go for lunch this morning? And my younger white female friend would be like, I don't know. What do you want? Now, I get indecision. Sometimes I get analysis paralysis myself. But some of it was actually coming from a place of, I care so much about what Chieko wants, I'm not even going to think for myself about what I want. So then I would force my female friends who were absolute doormats to actually make the decision. I would say, no, here's our 5 choices. This is what we can get to within half an hour. Choose one of these, please. Please choose. I finally helped one girl individuate a little bit. That was like one of my pride and joys. And the same thing with all of the female students in my class. I taught them how to say the words. Because I don't think a woman should be a useless, spineless, mindless, uneducated person. And I do not respect a man who is spineless, mindless, and uneducated. If they are okay with just sitting back and letting me trample over them, I don't want to be with them anymore. Now, people have different fetishes in the bedroom and they can experiment all they want. But I'm talking about day-to-day competence to be able to go and hold a job. You know what I mean? To be able to, get up in the middle of the night and hold the baby while potentially I'm getting, booba ready for breastfeeding. I don't know what it is. I never wanted to have kids, so this was never my full consideration, but you know what I'm talking about. This is amazing. I just returned. What the F is happening? Ekineko. Who is Ekineko? Ekineko, who are you? Chico, you used to have good material, and I think I prefer Asmongold's takes. No idea. Can you explain what you particularly disagree with here? We got to go find ourselves a hunky white man. Yeah, party. You're not reading enough romance books. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Here I am walking around as if I was dipped in caramel. It's Shoal. Oh, I have no idea. Sorry, Shoal. I can't recognize you because chat looks weird. Maybe Shoal can explain his position. But I get really annoyed when people hand wave away power imbalance on both sides. I advocate for strong women knowing and being informed, and I advocate for strong men being informed. And in this day and age, apparently that is not good, sadly. But yeah. Royal says the existence of fan fiction sites goes to show that these values are universal among most womankind. Royal, I agree. I believe it is a human thing. You know what I mean? Like, it is human to want to be with someone and to want to enjoy a physical relationship. Now, obviously, things happen. Some people are born with a lack of a desire, or some people get traumatized, so they don't have that desire anymore. I respect those personal choices. And I also respect people's choice to, you know, live their life consensually, legally. But my concern is that there is a demonizing of men and women wanting to enjoy sexual entertainment. They want to enjoy some ERP. They want to enjoy a romance novel. They want to enjoy a video game. Lord forbid that they enjoy something that celebrates being a human. And I, as someone who myself, I'm not actually, I don't actually enjoy romances all that much. Certain kinds, maybe. But I was explaining this to Leo. I actually go through periods of time. Like, for example, I stopped reading romance from around, I'm trying to remember. It was like from around it was in the early 2010s until like the late 2020s, like until recently. I actually cut my romance reading down to bare minimum. Like, I went through a period where there was almost no romance in my life at all. I went through like a downswing. So I go through cycles where I won't read romance at all. But I'm not going to sit here and shit on women or men who want to enjoy, you know. Yeah. I just don't want to shit on women having natural desires to be with a man. And I know it's tough for guys, because I do think, like, guys, I'm sure you guys in chat have felt like, oh, I'm not as hunky as this guy, or I'm not as, you know, rich as this guy, or I'm not as powerful as this guy. But really mature women will enjoy those romances and understand that it's a fantasy. And when they leave the fantasy world and come back to the real world, they will be ready for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, your average mature woman is going to understand that this is a fantasy and we're just relaxing and having fun. In the same way that a good mature male will understand that his big booba MMO lady is just fun fantasy. Stellar Blade is a fun fantasy moment. Now, there are unhealthy women and unhealthy men who cross the streams. They take the fantasy world with them into the real world and assume that they're going to get, you know, the Chris Hemsworths and the Chris Pines and the, you know what I'm saying? All of the Chris's, really. They're going to assume that they are going to be able to get that when the reality is they probably won't. So you're going to have people who struggle with like separating reality from fantasy, but most mature people will know the difference, you know? Abba and Preach in their latest video said that women are being broken by romance novels. Well, I hate to break it to them, but women have been reading romance novels for decades now. I think not messing with my 2B thighs. I am not messing with your 2B thighs. You go and enjoy your 2B thighs. Sure. I also want to point out people don't talk this way about grimdark. All of the body horror I've been researching, by their logic, I should be on the path of Dexter. Oh, epic. That is so true. That's so true. Oh my lord. Yeah. Oh, I'm reading horror books, guys, so I must want to be in a horror film. Lies, they are real. They are real. Ben. Yeah, they're real. All jokes aside, guys, like this woman has a weird mantra around romance, and I think she needs to come to the understanding that she's demonizing a huge pack of women who love beauty and handsomeness, and they want to have fantasy in their life. Leave them alone. Okay? Leave them alone. Let them have fun. I think she's just bitter. She must, I can only guess, but she's out of touch with reality, with human reality. Like maybe she's like me and she's, you know, has had a past of being super single, you know, has trauma or something. But just because you have, like, I went through a period where I couldn't see people holding hands or kissing. Like, people kissing in public would send me off. I would start feeling ill because I was mentally messed up. Like, I wasn't dealing with certain things. I went through a period where couples would come to the cafe I worked at and they would be holding hands and kind of gazing into each other's eyes. Like, you know, with that, like, ooh, like, you know, like that kind of look that you have. And I would come and set the plates down for the food really hard to make them jump. Because I didn't want to see people having a romantic time at my cafe. At the cafe. Like, I was a crazy bitch. I was going through a dark period of my life. But at no point in time would I lie to myself and tell myself that what I was experiencing was normal. Chieko ruining strangers' romantic moments. How sweet. Yeah, it was a dark period. It was around 2006, 2008. You know, that place down by the water party? That's where I would do it. Yeah, I was an absolute terror during that time period. I was at my peak dysphoria. Like, I was in church, like, crying because I didn't want to be a woman. It was crazy times. And I was extremely angry about seeing any kind of romance. And so then I would go out of my way to break the spell. But at no point in time was I lying to myself and telling myself all of the women are stupid and crazy because they are doing this. I was the one who felt alien and disenfranchised. But at no point was I telling myself that biology was conservative values. She doesn't have a mantra. Here's my take. She doesn't believe in what she's saying. She has a point to make, but it's hollow. She just wants to have a point. That's my hot take. Yeah, maybe she's just doing it for a grift. Maybe she's just doing it for the clicks. Epic. Is Chieko green and preferred to spend time with her dogs on Xbox? Replace dog with cat boy, and you got me. Oh yeah, Party meanwhile was getting like creeped on by some old bro. If her dog is her computer, then yes. Yeah. The dog for the Grinch is my cat boy, Nico. It's Nico. Okay, let's keep going.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to think before you speak. That's wrong, and many people were educating you on it after the bubble that was your 200,000 fucking followers broke. I like the fact that I do have notes for this script. Didn't script it out entirely, but I'm not going off of them. So I hope this is an interesting video for you guys. Speaking of my notes, let's read this one verbatim. So long story shorter than I usually would make it, but I genuinely think that publishing is just trolling us in general. I think they know exactly what they want to publish, be it AI drivel, or white boys who wear Carhartts and break up with their reality TV girlfriend less than a month after the TV show finishes, less than a year. I'm not quite sure. I didn't look into that quite as much. Who apparently might have submitted to a publishing house an idea of a book, concepts of a book, if you will, a year before he decided to actually make a book talk account. And then less than a month after having a book talk account, he has that publishing deal? Disgusting! It's giving grift. I'm sorry. Like, he might be a very nice person, but it takes a certain breed of people to go on a reality show, especially The Bachelor, and you're trying to tell me that he's going into book talk completely out of the goodness of his heart? Kind of tie up the entirety of this video. There was something.
Okay, so she's losing her shit over some bro getting a book deal. My dear woman, talking about grifts, have you looked at your YouTube title recently? Self-awareness is a bitch, but have you thought a little bit about that? And furthermore, there are many people in this world who get things that you are like, why did you get that? Like, why do you have that degree? How did that happen? Something like, how did you get 24K subscribers? When I personally think that this YouTube video is the worst organized video. Well, not the worst I've ever seen, but it's been the worst in a long time, which is very easy to say because I have not reviewed in a long time. But this is, you say that there is a script, your script is shit. I'm sorry. You're clearly grifting, and you're grifting about another grifter. Now, do I think maybe this bro, Luke Bateman, who got a book deal, supposedly, and, exploded onto the book talk scene, do I think he's on the make? Yeah, probably. He probably is one of those types who likes attention. He went on some show. He got more attention. He liked it. There are some people who are like attention hoes. No doubt this person probably might have some issues. Maybe there's something going on there. But this is not the tack that you want to take with it. But all right, let's see what her air quote summary is.
Something that obviously came out of any scandal that comes into the book threads world. And that was basically saying like, hey, if you hate read a book, you're going to tell the publishing house that you want more of that book. Or if you are angry at this guy for being just another fantasy fan who ended up being lucky and getting a deal, you're performing your anger. If you're only being angry in the community, you're being performative. And I saw a very well-known romance author saying this, and I think I have beef with that author now. I don't particularly care for the way that they handle things. And I distinctly feel like it is so minimizing to marginalized voices who have to work so much harder to make it into traditional publishing and indie publishing, when books that don't even have a like an author behind them, like Silver Elite, or a guy who just happens to look pretty in a fucking Carhartt and a goddamn tractor, is making things happen without actually putting any effort into it. Lots of creators on this platform put so much effort into their videos, and it is incredible to see. And then they don't get an ounce of recognition.
Wow, is she talking? Well, actually, I'm not putting any effort into my YouTube channel right now. But at one point, I was putting effort into my YouTube channel. Girl, may I direct you to the Psalms? In the Psalms, it talks a lot about people of wickedness flourishing. The reality is that the cosmos is inherently unfair, my girl. You know? Like, people who work hard do not often work well. And people who work well and work hard often do not see any kind of, fruit for their labor in their lifetime. You want to sit there and bitch about this bro getting an air quote book deal. What about Vincent van Gogh, who apparently struggled to sell a single painting in his lifetime? Okay? Or Mozart, who died a pauper? I don't know. Edgar Allan Poe? Lovecraft, who died with stomach cancer, probably due to basically starving himself for long periods of time. Like, what are we... I don't know what a little white tower you are sitting in. I know it's lovely to dream of an ideal world like Louis Armstrong, but the charisma and power, like, hello, if you're attractive, you're automatically going to get a little step up, usually, in life. That's just part of the cosmos. Now, you could say, well, that's part of the oppression of the patriarchy or colonial. No, it's not. No, it's not. That is as old as tale as old as time, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing, as well, is that speaking of someone who's been oppressing voices and, silencing people who are struggling so hard, have you ever considered the fact that by simply stating that women are being, silly or stupid for liking this bro, you are actually trying to silence a group of people for pursuing what they want to pursue? You're asking for tolerance while actually being very intolerant. You could have said, hey, girls, I know that many of you enjoy a hot bro, but have you considered that maybe we should support a writer that is already working hard on their craft? But no, you had to come in and be like, it's the conservative propaganda, and these women don't know, and they're stupid, and etc., etc., etc. I just think that the hypocrisy and the double standard here is very real. Now, Luke Bateman is a male who may or may not be writing a book, possibly a romance. But we all know what happens to a man who writes a romance and is deemed inappropriate, okay? Male writers are struggling. If you really care about marginalized voices, how about you start looking at, I don't know, men and male writers? Because the representation for male writers is not that great right now. It's not that great. So consider that. But anyway, let's keep going.
Yes, there are people that rage bait their videos that spend a lot more time talking about the drama or the scandals of book publishing. But publishing has scandals and, I don't know what to tell you. People like to gossip about shit. And these are two things that I feel like we should be able to talk about without being told, hey, watch your tone. Watch your tone. Like, especially as someone with like a pretty decent like backlist, like maybe not telling people that they're like jealous of a guy who didn't even have a manuscript ready for his publishing deal. No, we're not.
Oh man. Okay. If Tom Hiddleston, bless his heart, went to a publishing house tomorrow and said, I have an idea, they would sign him on. If Greta Thunberg came out and said, I have an idea, they would sign her on. If Justin Trudeau or Donald Trump or Elon Musk, if they came out and were like, I have an idea for a book, someone want to work with me on it, they would seal a deal. This bro is a rugby player and was on a TV show. Of course, he is going to get a foot in the door. He probably knows how to work the system. He probably got a good agent. He probably has amazing representation. He probably has charisma. There are so many factors, not to mention the fact that he's like a tiny substar, that if he went with the right amount of people or the small kind of publishing house, I could see how he could get in the door where so many other men are failing to get through the door. But of course, this is now a woman's problem. I think that the writer she is responding to is probably correct. There is probably jealousy here. And the fact that she's not naming this writer is spineless to me. She should just come out and say, personally, very spineless.
I'm not going to do that. Personally. That's my personal opinion. I did put in my notes that it's not performative if it's systemic. This is a systemic problem that keeps marginalized voices out of publishing.
Wait a minute. The mental gymnastics. This is a systemic problem that keeps marginalized voices out of the industry. Which ones? Because if you're talking about male writer representation within the romance genre publishing industry, I have some news for you, babe. The people who are marginalized are the bros. How do you think it feels for some people to see somebody get an award because they are doing something special or because they are a person of color? Maybe turnabout is fair play. And they were like, oh, hey, we could probably make this work by putting a male name on the cover. It will be like the next Nicholas Sparks and, you know, Jay Kristoff and stuff. And it, you know, we might get some sales because it's a guy writing it. Has that exoticism of being rare because guys don't have a voice in the publishing. What is she when was this done? 5 months ago. We all know that the top women, thanks to Simp and his research, that women are more than well represented in the community. Now, I will say white women are more represented than most women, and that, you know, it will be great to see some black women come out and some Asian women and some Middle Eastern women, some Indian women, some South American women. Technically, South Americans count as white adjacent, kind of like Asians. They're kind of like, they're white when they're in South America, but they're people of color when they're running across the border into America. Then they're people of color and need to be protected. But like, as long as they're either within America or they're without America, then they're white adjacent. But if as soon as they're kind of like going over a border illegally, then they're protected people of color. It's very interesting. But setting aside the whole people of color thing, Men, white, black, whatever background, ethnic background, are underrepresented in the romance industry. So if we're talking about marginalized voices here, shouldn't we be talking about the male marginalized voices? Because right now there are almost no men writing romances for men. Now, I don't think that the audience is entirely quite there, but maybe the audience would be there if some romances were written by and for men. Just saying. So the mental gymnastics this woman is achieving is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. And by the way, I know that there are some male writers in my community. I support them 110%. I will help them in any way that I can, because I do want men to be represented. I want them to be represented, though, through a meritocracy of being good writers and coming up with great ideas, not because they're men. That would be shitty and patronizing. They have systemic privilege. Yeah. MB says vitamin C. Vitamin C? Shoal says Dante from Divine Comedy is the first fanfic. Not far off. Racism induced stomach cancer. Welcome to the real world, lady. Yeah. Epic said, listen, I know my ears are trained to take in information. Audible did them good. Nothing she said had structure. This is a Gardner version of a one-sided conversation. If her voice were steps on the ground, she was hopping and skipping all over the place. She just wanted to run her mouth. It is unfortunate because I do think we should have a conversation about how peoples are not challenging themselves in their entertainment, and they're going sometimes the easy route, and they are not trying to push themselves insofar as challenging their reading abilities or challenging whatever. And I think there are a lot of people who get on a weird pedestal because they read more than they video game. And I hate to break it to those people, but reading these days is pretty shitty, right? Let's all be real here, okay? There's a lot of poor writing out there. Enjoyable? Yes, for the most part. Sometimes not. But, you know, enjoyable on some level, setting aside the stuff that's not enjoyable, but a lot of it is badly done. So don't come to me and say video games are less than reading, because frankly, there's a lot of bullshit writing out there. And I think we can have that conversation. She's not having this conversation. She baited with a shitty title. She only touched on it so far. We're almost at the end of the video, and she has not talked at all about why no one wants to be a reader, or who doesn't want to be a reader, or what does even a reader mean. This is an absolute bullshit. I love this video. It's so bad.
And if we're going to just accept that this guy who went on The Bachelor is not grifting, not even a little bit, when he put in his, concept of a book to a publisher 6 months to a year before starting book talk because he never heard back. The guy knew what he was doing. Let's be fucking real. You don't go on The Bachelor unless you know you have the reality TV conventional attractiveness, which works really well with the 200,000 followers that he garnered in under a month. That's just insane. My call to action here is very simple. If you are going to talk about things in the world that we are in right now, maybe think about what you're saying and how you're saying it and whose voice you are stampeding over when you say it.
Oh my lord. Do you remember how I said that you have these left-wingers trying to say something socially meaningful and coming out as trolls? You also have them sometimes saying something that is absolutely true, but in such a way that it shows that they're not even aware of how it could apply to them. This is insane. She's grifting. She's trampling over voices. Like, what are we doing here? This is insane. This is crazy. What she said was right, insofar as we should always question what we are consuming and why was it made. We should question why we are recommending something or not recommending something. We should always be thinking about our actions and the fallout that could come from it. But I think that there are reasons why a bro tried to get a book deal and may not have even gotten the book deal, actually, from the sounds of it. She can't even seem to get any of those facts clarified for us. But he did get 200,000 subscribers on TikTok. But, you know, I've seen, like, cat channels and building, you know, clay stuff and mountain rug cleaning that has, you know, tons and tons of subscribers, right? I don't know how to put this to her, but sometimes people just get lucky, or they are riding on their attractiveness. Attractiveness counts for a lot. And does it feel fair? No, but life is not fair. Life is not fair. 1 minute you could be minding your own business like this one girl was on the side of a road walking up a driveway to her home, when out of nowhere someone who's drunk veers off the path and kills her right in front of her family, basically, right in front of her house. Life is not I don't you know, if life was fair. Well, anyway, I'm not going to get political about Canada, but let's just say that life is not fair. That's not the way it works. It's not the way it works.
The reason why I make these videos is because people that look like me are in a bubble. I didn't know about Luke Bateman until he got his publishing deal, but 200,000 other women did, and I feel like there's enough of us on the internet right now who are trying so hard to just get a word in edgewise when it comes to things like this. And when big name authors are saying, oh, it's performative, that's where it really grinds my gears, because once again, people that look like me should probably not be speaking over marginalized voices when it comes to situations like this, because we do have less like obstacles to getting into publishing. And that doesn't mean that your voice isn't worthwhile, but think before you speak. And that's why I'm making this video. I've thought about what I wanted to say, and I wanted to express it. What are your guys' thoughts? I really do think Silver Elite was written by a troll. And Luke Bateman, I'm not reading his book, and I'm gonna block him. I don't want to deal with that guy anymore. I don't think he's a bad person, but I do think he might be grifting. Let me know what you think down below in the comments. I'm gonna go now, guys. Like, subscribe, all the good stuff. Bye! If you don't look too closely, I can pretend I have one of those emerald green couches that are, like, way too expensive.
Okay. The double standard is real. Think before you speak. That's what she said. She should have thought before she spoke. It was terrible. Do I think white women have an unfair share of the publishing industry? Yes. Do I think that men are the problem? No. And Luke Bateman getting a book deal, good luck to him. He probably won't be able to write shit. He'll probably get a ghostwriter. I don't know. I don't care. Who cares? Who fucking cares? I know that at times I can also get very black pilled. I can look at people like this lady and think, oh, gee, you know, she's getting platformed. And here's another thing, okay? She says that it's about speaking and speaking out. But you know what? It isn't about speaking out. It's not enough to speak out, because everyone knows you can go out online and you can type your little thing up and you can do your little video and you can scream out into the void as much as you want. We live in a free country, America included, to get on the internet and do what you want. Hassan recently went to China, and just by looking suspicious and being a white man-ish, white adjacent man. White when it's very useful for him to be white. Got called aside by the Chinese police on suspicion of causing trouble. Okay? That's what actual oppression looks like, okay? Actual oppression is what China is to its people. This woman has a platform on her YouTube where she can complain and bitch and moan and make sly political comments as well in between. No, she doesn't want a voice. You know what she actually wants? She wants her way. See, the reason why she's calling out to the mob is because she wants the mob to take somebody down. And she might say things like, oh, he's probably a good person. He I just don't want to give a platform to a grifter. Now, I also don't like giving a platform to a grifter, but I just did so for like about an hour and something. But essentially, I think that a lot of these people are saying, oh, I want to like give people a voice. No, you don't. You already have a voice. The cold, hard reality is that nobody gives a fuck. Most normal people don't. Okay? Those 200,000 women who subbed to him because he was hot aren't thinking like you. And you're going to have to live with that. But you don't want to live with that. You want to shame those 200,000 women into doing what you want. And this is where, I don't know, I just get the vibe sometimes. It's like those people who are like, we just want to give them a voice. Do you? Or do you want to give them a gun or a bat or a knife to get their way? Just saying. Okay. Well, that was a terrible video. Not on point. Absolutely grifting. Double standards. Hypocrisy. No self-awareness. Immature. Anti-reality, anti-biology, anti-woman, anti-men, but not like in a nice, healthy, misanthropic kind of way, but in a narcissistic, I just want my own way kind of way. What does chat think about this? I'm going to go up and read. Luke did get a book deal. Wow. Well, vitamin C is contacts. Okay, so Wooly said men can't be marginalized. They have systemic privilege. Haha. Vitamin C is contacts. Oh. To get in the door. Yes. People want to have a conversation about something worth conversing, but sometimes it's best if one person speaks at a time, rather than masquerade of venting videos posed as logic. She's not interested in a conversation. She wants to lead a struggle session. Wooly is like, sometimes it's like Wooly and I are like on this weird Spock like mind meld thing. Oh my lord. There's some women on Book Deck that haven't wrote that are getting book deals now. See? Simp, I think it's about how to sell yourself. And I am shitty at selling myself. So I just have to be like, good luck with you guys out there. Once you get someone to agree, it's easier to get them to agree again. That's what her argument structure was. Something that is true than her opinion doing a baggy shadow walk. He hired a manager who pushed all that through, by the way, and probably advised the social media stuff. Probably Shay. Oh, this chick. Hey, Herman. Welcome in. It's also so random, as if not way worse. Undeserving people received book deals than former rugby players that were in a reality show. That's the least of her problems. Yeah, Shay was mentioning that sometimes even serial killers close book deals. I don't want to undercut getting a book deal, okay, chat? Like, I don't want to undercut that because that is a big deal for a lot of people. It's just that there's probably so many factors going on. People like me should not be XYZ crazy self-imposed panopticon. Yeah. Manager took his concept, 16,000 words and a pile of world building, and took it to the publisher. Probably. Enough of this trying to get in a word, bro. Even Sanderson was quick to say in his lecture that voices are in competition. Yeah, you're all trying to get in word through a tiny hole. She's retarded. Imagine living under the roof of a Stasi officer, except the officer's in your mind. My main obstacle getting to publish is people like a little bit mads. Yeah. W China, I would have had that Roger Hassan spot myself. According to Hassan, China is super gay. Wow, I got to tell that to my one friend who's worried. Anyway, I won't get into the China thing, but let's just say China, the people of China are going to be pushing at some point. She can get a white man in trouble on suspicion of looking like he's up to something. Also, she wants a pat on her back. Sly comments, this woman is as subtle as a rhino with sinus infection, full on neo-Marxian with a struggle session, delusions of grandeur. And they make me cringe, and this feels even more cringe. Look, all right, let's talk about no one wants to be a reader anymore. I think that boys' fiction is anemic. We need to represent male interests and make, gross stories great again. I think I want all of the male writers in my community to feel empowered to try to get their voice out and to be read and to be critiqued and to find an audience. I want women to equally compete as human beings who are of an intellectual equal to their male counterparts. I don't want a voice being silenced because they're black or they're gay or they're disabled. I actually do support, surprise, surprise, a multiplicity of voices. My concern is that people like a little bit mads are in this delusional world where basic biology and human desire is being demonized. And it's being demonized, and women are going to start feeling the push. And I don't know how women are going to respond to this, by the way. I'll have to think about it. We'll have to look at the trends in the next few years. But the women are going to come to a head with like the Gamergate and the Comicsgate thing. There's going to be a romance gate. And this is where we're going to see whether women, and I'm not talking about conservative women, I'm not talking about ultra conservative women, I'm talking about normal, middle of the road ladies on the left side and on the right side who just want to enjoy some smut. For the love of God. They just want to read about a bro having fun with a chick. Some of it might be a little weird, but they want to do it. It's not my cup of tea, but they want to do it. I think we should stop demonizing those desires and stop calling it a political name. It's not political. Women have wanted to bang sexy men before the Americans decided to put the label Democrat and Republican on the conservative liberal discussion, right? It's not all about you, America. Sorry, Americans. I know. I can hear the eagle screaming as I say that. But like, these people need to understand that there are whole worlds out there of people living outside their paradigm. Like people, for example, in China, women in China who, guess what, are standing Roman Catholic priests because they are attractive on Red Note. Yes, Wooly. Did I send you a picture of that? Did I at you? You were probably pretending it didn't happen. But let me tell you, I'm on Red Note. Obviously, I have WeChat, so I can get on Red Note. And the first thing that my Chinese friend sends me on Red Note is a bunch of hot Roman Catholic priests. And all of the comment sections below in Chinese are girls saying, "Father, I have sinned. Daddy, priest. This priest is so handsome. I'm praying to God right now. Okay, this is under a partial capitalist, non-voting, non-democratic society. This has nothing whatsoever to do with politics. It's nothing whatsoever to do with emancipation or not emancipation. It's everything to do with biology. A woman is going to see a hot man. She's going to be like, oh, I likey. Yeah, Wooly, I think I may have just stabbed Wooly in the heart. He might have to go lie down. But let's just say if a gacha game came out with a hot Roman priest-like character in the future, I'm sure that the Chinese chicks would be all over that, okay? The point what I'm trying to say is K-dramas are popular for a reason. And my left-leaning friends enjoy the K-dramas as much as the right-leaning friends. Do you know what the saddest thing was that I saw recently? Let's see if I can pull it up. I think it's this one. Try to find it. Wait 1 second. Where did I put it? Tiny break time. Where did I put it? Oh, actually, I think it might be in my family chat. Let me... Look at this. Look at this woman here. You guys probably can't see it, right? Okay, what are we looking at? So this is an anime trailer for a famous show called Hanakimi. All right. Emphatic nod. I know the concept could be seen as problematic through a modern lens, but I can't help it. This series is so special to me. It's one of those unapologetically wish fulfillment shoujos that got me through some rough times as a kid. Because the final volume was released in English the same year I graduated high school, I really felt like it was a story that grew with me, silly as it sounds. This person is already preparing herself or himself, themselves, to apologize for liking an anime that is romantic. Now, what parts are problematic in her brain or their brain? God only knows. But this is what's this show about? So this show is about a girl who really loves a guy for his athleticism. He is a high jump. He does high jumps or pole vaulting. High jumps, I think. He stops doing his high jumps or athletic stuff, and she is determined to find out why. So she cuts off her hair, pretends to be a boy, and goes to an all-boys school. Chaos ensues. Okay? So the premise is female pretends to be guy in order to get closer to guy, falls in love with guy falls in love with her. She's in an all-boys school. Now, Hanakimi came out in the first adaptation was in 2007. And the manga was released in 1996 to 2004. She's All That. No, She's the Man. Was 2006. So if you don't remember, She's the Man is about Amanda Bynes cutting her hair, going to an all-boys school for reasons. I gotta rewatch this. But anyway, it's like She's the Man, but it was done earlier than She's the Man. Yeah. So basically, this show, Hanakimi, is similar to She's the Man. Insofar as you have a girl dressed up as a guy at an all-boys school, trying to live as a boy among a very boy world. And in the process, it falls in love with the person that they have come to be there with, essentially. And as you can imagine, there's going to be a point, well, good point, Wooly. I'm trying to think of what could be problematic. So the thing about Hanakimi, okay, so the thing about Hanakimi is the FMC is dressed as a boy and pretending to be a boy. The MMC eventually figures out and protects her identity. Eventually. I forget when, but he eventually figures it out. There's a second MMC, does not figure it out right away, and thinks that he's gay because he's falling for her. It is hilarious. Now, of course, some people maybe would read this as homophobic because he starts freaking out about possibly being gay. Okay, maybe that's where the problem is. But the doctor at the school is bi. There's a second bro. Let's call him second. No, let's not call him second bro. Third bro is super sexy boy. That means ho for Wooly and Ben. Who makes girls pregnant when he shakes their hand. AKA super straight. Now, this guy, there's another bro, fourth bro, gay for third bro. And there is a whole scene where she sits with this fourth bro who's crying because he knows he can never be with third bro. Because third bro is about the booba and the tacos. Third bro wants a taco party, okay? Fourth bro wants a sausage party. And fourth bro knows that the third bro will never go for it. And so he has to let the third bro go. And there's this wonderfully, I thought it was really well done, where he is going through how love will let someone go if they have to be let go. I could imagine that a lot of modern sensibilities would be upset that the gay bro, let's call him the fourth gay bro, but that means that it sounds like there's like a lot of gay people in there, but there aren't. I'll just put gay here. Like, I guess in the modern world, this idea that a gay man doesn't get the straight man that he wants is maybe anathema. Or it could be because the second male character goes through a freak out phase. But I thought that at one point he decides that he doesn't care if he's gay. He's still going to like her anyway. Oh, anyway. Her dad is a trans woman. No, I think that was Oran Royal. I think Oran, her dad loved her mom, and then when her mom died, he could be with no one else, so he became a specific person who is basically a trans person. Yes. Yeah. That's Oran High School Host Club. This is Hanakimi. In Oran, she's not pretending to be a boy. She just cut her hair because she got gum on her hair. And she doesn't care about how she expresses herself. So she didn't wear a bow or anything because she just doesn't care. This is different. This is a girl actually passing as a boy. That's a very old plot. MB, this plot of a girl dressing up as a boy is as old as Shakespeare and is possibly older. Right? This concept of a woman dressing as a man and passing as a man for whatever reason is a tale as old as time. Right? Sounds like multiple reason is liking traps gay extended to an anime. This story, I never read the full manga, so I actually don't know how it ends. The live action was on crack. The live action was legitimately fun. I'm not gonna lie. I love the live action. I am excited. I'm more than pumped that Hanakimi is going to get a full, proper cover. Okay, just like Fruits Basket. I'm excited. But this person is already worried about the problematic nature of it. The air quote, problematic nature. This is why I'm saying, okay, I'm going to close all, that this woman that we just responded to is very wrong and is part of the problem of people like self-censoring themselves. Mulan exists. It's already... Oh, yeah, that's another good point. Mulan is based off of old folklore. An even older story, perhaps, than Shakespeare. Coffee Prince, MMC doesn't realize MFC is the woman, so thinks he's gay. It's not a new trope at all. Not a new trope at all. No. And it's kind of funny and it's cute. But I guess for some people, maybe that's the part that's problematic. I don't know. Okay, so apparently critical role in the death of an RPG culture. Guys, how do you define RPG? And don't write down role-playing game because that's about as... no. Like, can you tell me what you guys think an RPG is? We're moving on from that crazy lady. I now have 2 nickels. This video did nothing to answer the title question. I agree, Ben. Wooly is just doing dots. She didn't even talk about it. Yes. It's not a very good trope, to be honest. The female being a male in a anime is, in my opinion, something that is incredibly interesting to women, but is, I think, the man's nightmare. Like, I just don't think guys are as pumped about this concept. But for us women, I think there is a sense of exoticism. I think there are tons of women who find this idea interesting. I wonder if there is a subconscious desire within women to kind of peep into the lives of men, but men being themselves, Men are incredibly individualistic and kind of focused on their own lives. It's a rare man who wants to pretend to be a woman and somehow overhear what a group of women are saying. I don't think a huge ton of men are like, oh, I want to know what they're saying. But I do think there's a fascination that many women have as to find out what are guys saying. And there is a narcissistic, maybe, I'm flying by the seat of my pants here, guys, okay? So I could be extremely wrong. But there might be an underlying thing of what are they saying about me? Does that make sense? And maybe men also have this where they're like, what are those women saying about me? But I just get the sense that women are more concerned about what men think of them. And that is why women are more sensitive to social pressure. They actually extrapolate a lot more about what the opposite sex is thinking, whereas the opposite sex isn't actually thinking at all. He's just thinking about booba or hips or feet or butt or his job or the fact that his coffee is burnt. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But I could be wrong. I think there might be some men who are fascinated, but I just think that there's a larger fascination of wanting to be a male and breaking into that inner circle that might lie within a woman and not a guy. But I could be wrong. Maybe some guys in chat could speak up and say, hey, I'm one of those guys that wants to be a woman for a few days just to figure out what women are doing in the bathroom when they go in there. The freedom to choose your role in a game is how I would define it. Choice is big, essential part for me. Okay, so we got RPG, epic, freedom to choose your role in a game. Let's see. RPGs can be one of two things or ideally both. Okay. I'm waiting for Shay to cook. You're experiencing the history from the point of view in which you take the same decision even if the story is told. Okay, so I'm going to put down Shoal. Oh, I accidentally said shoe. Yikes. Ranma, yeah. Ranma was another one. Ranma 1/2. Women can vicariously go behind enemy lines. Yeah. Tabletop RPG. Physically meet with people to take on a role in a fictional setting with rules, limitations, and in-universe consequences to action. Wooly. TTRPG. If IRL, it's creating your own character and experiencing the original story with friends. In a game, it's experiencing a dev story, but with less IRL cringe. And bracket. Shay. Okay, if it can either be playing a role in a story or playing a combat role in a party, ideally both things should be happening in the game, but most games lean one way or the other. There's a role and you step into the role. The medium will determine how much freedom you have to play that role. Jonathan. Ben says, no thanks. That would be creepy if a guy does it, says Simp. It's also creepy when women do it. I agree, Royal. Trans women and men have a different self-image, so it's different for them without starting a debate. Yeah, let's not start a debate, but I do agree that if you are someone who is going under actual serious dysphoria, you are not approaching becoming the other sex with the idea of creeping in their spaces and being a spy. Right? That should never even cross your mind. If you're talking about entering a woman's space or a man's space as if you are colonizing someone's space and, whatever, that means that you have entered your exploration in the opposite sex. You have entered the trans state with creepy intentions. A real person who's rejecting their biological gender and sex isn't even thinking that way and will not term it that way. So we don't need to conflate. We don't actually need to talk about the trans situation. That's moot. We're talking about how women are interested in what men are thinking. And that's why they write. Okay, guys, I have not read porn. Sorry, I've read porn. I haven't really watched a porn film, okay? But I'm going to assume there are some people in chat, don't lie to me, I know, that have watched porn, okay? In porn, do you ever get like a voiceover that shows to the viewer what the man or the woman is thinking? Or is it all just like sounds and music? Can people tell me? What is it like? Chat suddenly goes dead. How many people do we have in here? Oh my lord. If YouTube isn't lying to me, we have 33 people in here. What? Wow. Okay. It's usually the fetish kind that has extra stuff in it. Okay. To be blunt, most women are even more boring than most men. Nothing to be curious about. All silent on the Western Front. All the guys are like, what? Porn? What? I don't watch that. I make up at least 10 of your viewers. Oh, Herman. What's the question? Okay, in porn, when people are approaching each other, obviously not when they're having sex. That's silly, right? Maybe there would be thoughts when they're having sex, but when they're approaching each other and are doing the foreplay, do they have like a voiceover talking about what the woman is thinking and what the man is thinking? Like to let them know what both of them are thinking? Ben says, I've never heard a narrator. Okay. No, it's silent. And when I mean fetish kink ones, it's like the actors will give and act out context before the acts. It's all very exaggerated facial expressions and such. That makes sense. There's no voiceover. Fake moans, of course. No voiceover. No, porn does not feature a voiceover. No one cares what they are thinking. Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. Okay, guys? Porn for men, male viewers, generally made, excepting the fetish kinds that Epic was talking about. Very interesting Epic. Is that I think like for guys, desire can largely be a physical matter. And I'm not saying women aren't going to want that physical thing, but a large portion of romances deal a lot with the psychology of the character and the play by play of their psychological state. The good stuff. We're not talking about the shitty stuff. We're talking about the good stuff. You're going to have this psychological play by play where you get to see how the woman gets to that stage and how she's feeling all the way through that stage, and how the guy got to that stage and how he's feeling all the way through that stage, if that makes sense. It's not a... It speaks to me that women are intrinsically interested in communication and in knowing what the man is thinking. But when a man is going through his desires, he's not 110% worried about what the woman is thinking. At some point, like, he probably is worried insofar as like, am I good enough? Or am I feeling like, am I in the mood? Because sometimes guys aren't in the mood either, right? So like, whatever. But I guess what I'm trying to suggest is like, women are very interested in like finding out like the real details. But I don't know. I think some guys are more ready to just go at it, I guess. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I could be being sexist right now against men by suggesting that they don't really think about what was going in the woman's brain. But I just think women overfocus on it. Okay, so we got a bunch of people here talking about RPGs. What is an RPG? All right. See, Shay is touching on what my thing is, okay? I think there are two types of RPGs. I think there's the narrative RPG, where you are living someone else's story. And then there's like, I don't know what to call it, like a sandbox RPG, where you are living your own story. As in, maybe the overarching story is so general and vague, you're just kind of exploring the world and maybe seeing part of a story. In MXM, both of them have narrations. Yeah. So what's interesting about gay male brains is there are some studies that suggest that a lot of males that are more feminine have a deeper interest in communicating and understanding what the other sex is thinking, which is one reason why stuff is different from MF stuff. So Royal, that does sort of bear out what I'm thinking. Yeah. I just think that women are really obsessed with figuring out what a guy really thinks. Whereas a guy could go and have a sexual encounter and not even realize the woman is faking an orgasm. But a woman is very, very much concerned about whether, like, do you know what I'm saying? And that's why I think like a lot of stories about women playing as, let's just say this, there are lots and lots of mythological stories about women being a man, and I don't think it's just about an expression of taking the patriarchy. I don't actually think it's just that. I think it's about curiosity and the exoticism of the other side from the female perspective, and how women are interested. They want to go into that secret circle and find out. All they need to do is really just have brothers and pay attention. That's really all that they need to do. But yeah, anyway. So Shay kind of touched on what I'm thinking, sort of, is like, one is like living someone else's story, and one is you're choosing your own adventure. And both of these could have combat or interactivity, but number one is more limited in the choices you can make, whereas number two is more like a tabletop RPG. If I Were a Boy by Beyonce is what you're looking for. Yeah. You could call it RPG with and without a game master. Yeah. Desires an itch in need of scratching, not in becoming a cheer. I know I'm weird, but for me, I do worry about if women actually like me or just nice to make me go away. That's a fair worry. That's a fair worry, because I do think women sometimes behave like that. Many times. Yeah. You could call it RPG. Yeah, you retracted that in Rackin', but it's too late. You called it RPG with and without a game master. Not really what I meant. Both of yours were both in your first category. Oh, right. Okay. Combat role in a party. Combat-centric RPGs are very story-light. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Combat-centric. Or exploration-centric. where you just kind of wander around and just like fight things and live a life that you choose. Whereas the first one, like this is a spectrum, obviously, right? I think we could say that there's a spectrum like this. There's a spectrum between these two. So like some stuff will have a definitive story, but there's high choice. It's like a Venn diagram. Or not at all. A lot of them are lobby games. Like Phantasy Star. Good point. Yeah. So maybe wander around and fight things at me. That sounds like a job at Fort. God of War 1 to 3 fit in the latter, 4 and 5 in the former. Central hubs with linear dungeons. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so like God of War, in my opinion, you're playing someone else's story. You're someone else's character. The choices are almost like not there. Then like Final Fantasy 14 would be one step down, in my opinion. And then like maybe WoW. I don't know. Maybe WoW is more in the middle. But then like TTRPGs, some TTRPGs could go up in here, and some TTRPGs would go down closer to like the sandbox. Wooly, in your definition, tabletop RPG, physically meet with people to take on a role in fictional settings with rules, limitations, and in-universe consequences to actions. Would this fit for both number 1 and number 5, or closer to number 5? Closer to number 5, right? Because for you, TTRPGs are more like choice-focused. Oh, Willie's at work. For games, there are choice-driven narratives like Baldur's Gate or on-rail narratives like most JRPGs. Yeah. Yeah, this would be a JRPG. And then here we'll put Baldur's Gate down here. Yeah. WoW could be down in here. Yeah. D&D would be here. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what Wooly gives us. I don't know. Wooly, we have a fake spectrum here. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. Pull out your bifocals. I think like in number 1, you're a named character like JRPG or God of War. And then the closer you go to number 6, the more freedoms you have, until in number 6 you are basically yourself and your own character. A fake choice game. Didn't it come down to only 2 choices? I think it would probably go here in the middle. Mass Effect, because like in the end there was only 2 real choices, right? So people felt gypped. That's what I heard. Maybe we should put SWTOR actually in the middle and put WoW closer to final, like into the Final Fantasy 14 slot. Let's put SWTOR in here because I think SWTOR has more choices. The Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy 14, without getting too spoilery, is something else. So you know what? I'll go one further. Oh wow, the spectrum is starting to really increase. How about that? FF14 has a special thing going on. Yeah, so a limited ending. Much more limited, whereas Baldur's Gate has more choices, more endings. So it's just like an increase of personalized endings, right? With the final one being completely open-ended and you're going to make your own ending. Completely. Maybe outside of the will of your game master. Right? Ideally, in a TTRPG, your character and the overall story will emerge from your interactions, choices, and yeah, okay. So you're in complete control. So let's put down underneath here, we'll put down Wooly's Dream TTRPG. Your life is the story. Okay, I'll go back to putting WoW in by SWTOR. And I might move SWTOR up. How about that? We're talking about, does your character change the narrative in WoW? Because from what I understand, in WoW, you stand on the sideline the whole time. You don't even get put in the cutscene. KOTOR goes in the middle, closest to the left, with SWTOR to its right. Okay. This. A cinematic that goes over individual choices rather than a game filled with choices that didn't put them in the ending. Cinematic, it's just a nitpick, but it seemed shaky to me. For me, it's about what is effective, right? What is effective? I don't think it matters to me about whether it's shown in the cutscene or not. Has it impacted the world on some level? Could you go back and throughout the game and see the effect on the other characters, see the effect on the world? I don't need to see it in a cutscene, although I prefer it in a cutscene. The story unfolds in WoW no matter what. I just don't think, like, I'm going to be honest, in 14, you're not making real choices. You're making flavor choices. And from what I heard about WoW, I don't think you even have, like, does your character, I'm trying to remember whenever I was, like, talking with a character, did I have multiple ways of responding to that character? And, like, putting personality into it? Or changing the future because I chose something different? Okay, I'm sorry, WoW people. I know that you guys have probably created massive headcanons for your characters, but in terms of out-of-the-box content, setting aside whatever RP is happening, because if we simply go by players making up shit about their character, then FF14 on the back of Epic would be up there with Wooly's Dream TTRPG. We're talking about, like, out of the box, what you get out of the box with the narrative and the experience. And I just don't think WoW provides your life is the story in WoW because the story is barely there. But what story that is there is not about you hardly, and you have almost no impact on it. But not a named one. Yeah. Yeah. champion. That's as far as your role goes. Yeah. Yeah. If I think Shay and Epic, for example, can bro fist over how much work they've put into their characters and have created a world around their characters, I respect that. But I think if we're talking about out of the box, what are we given? I think that the TTRPG allows for a much greater fluidity in determining the outcome and the direction of the narrative and the combat. Whereas in 14 and in WoW, you have to do those raids, you have to do those dungeons, or you have to do this certain content in order to proceed with the MSQ. Whereas in Wooly's Dream TTRPG, he doesn't have to go into that cave to pursue a specific point of the game because his TTRPG is extremely freeform. So it's right up left, but worlds away from D&D. Modern WoW has a story where the players are the named characters' weapons. Unless you're a role player. Yes. An RPG means... It seems like you're talking about an RPG means you can change the narrative instead of an RPG lets you roleplay. Yes, so Epic, this is where I'm saying that it is a spectrum. So I think I might be confusing people here. Oh yeah, I was making this thing. Okay, you know what? Never mind that. Screw that. Let's delete. Okay. There's a spectrum. What I'm trying to suggest, Epic, is that there's a spectrum of an understanding of what a role-playing game is. See, a lot of people say, oh, this is a shitty role-playing game. And the question is, what do you consider to be a role-playing game? And that is the problem that I'm trying to deal with right now. Because I think on one side, there are people who think an RPG is following a story because you are playing a role. This is like the standard. I'm talking about a standard JRPG here. So that's down here. And then over here, an RPG is making personal, impactful decisions. Now, whether one has more combat or narrative, I'm leaving that consideration out for now. Because some video games, for example, like WoW, have a high combat interactions, but the ability for the character to meaningfully impact and change the world in a personal and unique way is extremely limited out of the box, setting aside any side ERPG or RPG content that might happen, like role-playing ERP or non-ERP, but RP stuff, you know. Setting that aside, it's like, what does the game give us? And then over here is Wooly's preference, perhaps, where I don't know if it's his preference. We shouldn't put words in his mouth, but how he's defining a solid RPG can also mean just making your own choices and your life becomes the story, kind of like Elden Ring. I don't think most WoW players even play in content right now. A lot of people are there for loot in some fashion or all fashion. Yeah, collectors. Combat role RPG first. In D&D, the story is determined by the Dungeon Master. There's a level of understanding and cooperation of what the story looks like, but the Dungeon Master controls everything. Indeed, Epic. But I think that there are some people, Epic, who don't like how that is so deterministic, and they don't want to have an overbearing Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master is simply there to represent the world reacting to the player. So I think there are going to be some people who will put D&D over here because they're not going to want to confuse it with this thing over here. To that extent, it's better at conveying an illusion of freedom than a video game, but it still is an illusion. Indeed. But, Epic, I think, and Willie can confirm whether I'm understanding him or not, I think there's a huge question right now about whether that is a great RPG system. Because some people are feeling that it's just becoming an actor in a role in a story, and true freedom to make choices has been taken away. Epic. So D&D is no longer... D&D is slowly over time shifting towards the video game RPGs and JRPGs, which are not bad, by the way. We're not shitting on them. We're saying it's a different form of interacting with a story, but it's less freeform. I'll let Wooly speak up and chat with Jonathan and Shoal, because I might be misrepresenting what I think he's trying to say. But let's see what this is.
For the Critical Role fans who are no doubt sharpening their pitchforks right about now in Olive Branch, know your precious web series is not alone in this phenomenon. Why Critical Role is being used in particular is because it's emblematic of all the quirky OCs, Marvel-esque millennial snark, and main character syndrome that's led to a sharp decline in writing quality and storytelling as a whole across role-playing games. We can now see the end result of this in the upcoming game that's parading the corpse of Dragon Age around and proudly wearing its skin like some fantasy-style Leatherface.
Now there's an interesting image.
Of course, this didn't appear out of nowhere. Tumblr culture, as much as that's considered passé, cringe, or whatever these days, was big during the late 2000s and early to mid 2010s. The term OC, an acronym for original character, grew out of fanfiction culture that was big on forums back in the day, and continues to be on sites like Archive of Our Own, or AO3. Tumblr specifically was a perfect place for reverence of these characters and sharing your own, because it was a major stepping point between the outdated clunky forums of old and a more visually pleasing, dare I say, aesthetic social media account. This is generalizing, of course, and I have no interest in touching on the larger culture war discussion with a 10-foot pole. Short of living under a rock though, you're probably familiar with the typical Tumblr experience. Fan art of fictional men really going at it, people passionately writing essays about their favourite TV shows, or posting surprisingly detailed art about their sexual kinks, alternate universes, and so on. Kill me! You can imagine then that a community consisting of horny teenagers, artists, bleeding heart romantics, edgy goths, and weed enthusiasts was the perfect target demographic when, much like gaming let's play culture that was taking off around the same time, channels like Geek and Sundry and Critical Role began to share tabletop and actual plays. This proved so successful, in fact, that it launched the careers of e-celebrities like Felicia Day, Will Wheaton, Ashley Birch, and I'm sure many other names I'm not familiar with and can't be bothered looking up. Whether at the time Critical Role imagined itself to be the juggernaut it is today doesn't really matter, but the promise of a group of popular union voice actors living out their dream characters to a live audience became a phenomenon. It wasn't so much about the substance of these sessions, but whatever hijinks the group got up to that week. People who had never played a role-playing game before, computer or otherwise, tuned in to see their favourite member of the cast, their favourite character, and where the dice rolls would lead to next. What this in turn encouraged was the forming of parasocial relationships and a genuinely cult-like audience of users. Much like TV shows, video games, movies, books, TikToks, and so many other things, Critical Role represented a way for many people, whatever the reasoning, to live vicariously through the stories they were consuming. Characters became a part of who they are, and the point of hotly contested discussion, fan art, theories, and so on. It's only natural then that given this success, companies making role-playing games would push more towards the growing fan base and catering to what people wanted. To use indie games as a point of comparison, you may have heard the term streamer game or streamer bait. Essentially cheap, low-effort games that are made for easy reaction content on YouTube and specifically to be played by large Twitch streamers for little more than their 15 seconds of fame. This is, sadly, what RPGs turned into, games that are more about their characters and the importance of their players, making them feel special and powerful than meaning, nuance, and depth. But okay, maybe your first reaction is that I'm exaggerating or it's simply not the case. For a better example, we don't need to look any further than Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. Despite Josh Sawyer's apparent dislike of RPG romances, that apparently didn't stop Obsidian from making an entirely tangential sideshow featuring self-inserts and hiring the cast of Critical Role to voice it. Deadfire is truly remarkable in how it undermines its own universe by essentially being a crossover event with genuinely some of the worst romance dialogue ever written.
I'd sear your name over my heart, Watcher, if you'd only let me.
Given it was released around the peak of Critical Role, Pillars 2 doesn't feel like it exists on its own merit, but
Okay, we've been kind of shaking our fist at some lady who has been low-key bitching about stuff outside of her control. This guy's giving me serious, like, angry dad on the lawn, shaking his fist energy. I don't know. I think he's trying to say that RPG culture is dying because people are Marvelifying and performing and making a big social hubbub and to-do around various forms of RPGs, and it's seeping over into gaming RPGs, and therefore RPG culture is dying. Now, setting aside yet again another hyperbolic statement, which is extremely disappointing, because I don't think RPG culture has died. I want to posit that the problem of video game RPG storytelling going towards Marvel is, in my opinion, not the result of Tumblr and fan fiction and Critical Role entirely. I think Veilguard was the result of California and the publishing industry, aka Hollywood and the publishing industry. You see, a lot of the devs and dev teams surrounding game development is from the West Coast, and that is also where a lot of the cultural weight behind film and TV is. I just think that it is much easier to see the cross-pollination between a film industry making big bucks and some video games looking sideways going, oh, we want a bit of that. I also would argue that if you've read a bunch of contemporary, low-key, B-tier Harlequin romances, you would know that that kind of modern quippiness is very much evident there as well. I think there could be further investigations made into creative writing and certain pushes that might be made in creative writing right now. And it is perhaps, I'm just suggesting that perhaps this might be because of an influx of a certain type of writer, and those writers might also happen to also have tacos if you get my drift. And so either because they are taco-bearing individuals or because of this style of creative writing that is being pushed as a trend in certain circles, that could be leading towards weird RPG storytelling. But I don't think necessarily in terms of video games that it's all Critical Role. I do think Critical Role and all of that has affected TTRPG scenes, but this title says RPG culture and is talking about video games as well. So if we're going to be nitpicky about that one woman earlier this evening, I have to say that this title is not very helpful either and is not great. Sounds very gatekeepy to me a little bit. Is this narrator human? I don't know. I don't know. Why does he sound like he's being forced to make this video at gunpoint? I don't know. Any system where there's a systemic progression will be labeled RPG. That's a fair thing. Sure. Yep. Is this narrator human? Don't know. I didn't get it was about RPG in general. Yeah, well, apparently it is. My problem is that he wants to talk about RPG culture and goes about Critical Role in D&D. Does he know enough about RPG culture, Palladium, GURPS, Mastermind, and Mutants, or the card-based ones? I don't know. Remember in the before time when I recommended the video, stop acting and start role-playing? Yes. He's human, just dead inside. He's like... He's where I'm heading. He's where I'm heading, chat. Okay, one day I will get there. Modern day role players are using the D&D system for their Kickstarter projects. They're doing their own D&D. That isn't the mainstream one, but mainstream ebbing and flowing isn't new. Well, kind of, because it went public in version 3. So here's my thing. From what I understand from my one friend who worked more with the Pathfinder system and disliked the D&D system, she found the D&D system to be too loose in how to build the character. And so it did not help her have the guideline and the guardrails required to fully form a character. So it felt very off the cuff and Mary Sue-ish in the sense that you could just make the character do what you wanted with very little to no real consequences. And the result was that game that we played was very much a main character syndrome game where 2.5 players had main character syndrome, suffered from one of them really suffered from main character syndrome, and the whole story, there was a general guiding line story. That story was simply a backdrop to them having fun. So technically, following what Wooly was talking about in terms of just doing what you wanted, but no consequences. Very little consequences. Very little impact was felt. The DM tried to make it feel felt, and the certain players couldn't live with the fact that they caused the death of several towns. So it was kind of hand-waved away. So anytime there was like a negative outcome to their decision, they couldn't deal with it. And they would just derail the story again and go off and do something else. So it was like the worst of both sides of this conversation. I just feel like, I'm not sure where this guy is going, but it sounds like he's unhappy with some choices that were inserted into Pathfinder. And I think he's probably not excited about modern writing, getting into RPG, more serious RPG IPs. I get that part. I don't like to see anachronisms in Final Fantasy XIV writing either. I don't want to see politically loaded words being used a certain way. Please and thank you. But at the same point in time, I don't know if where he's coming at from this is a little, I think there's way more factors is what I'm saying. And I don't think RPG culture is dead. It's only dead if you let it be dead. Stop being a drama queen, bro.
A cynical cash grab that uses e-celebrities to justify itself. Ironically, it didn't even end up selling that well. This isn't the same Obsidian that made KOTOR 2 and New Vegas. The Outer Worlds proved that beyond a doubt. But that's just one game, right? Well, now we get to Baldur's Gate 3. I already made an entire video about tearing that travesty a new one, how the main story makes no fucking sense, and how Larian desecrates two legendary games to desperately claim it's a true successor, spiritual or otherwise. The game is disappointing beyond words, disgraceful to the legacy of the Ballspawn and iconic characters, but Baldur's Gate 3 also fails in its central origin characters. Now would probably be a good time to clarify that I'm not saying Karlach, Astarion, Shadowheart, Will, and so on are poorly written. It's perfectly valid to love these characters to death. Hell, there are characters I feel that way about to this day, and I'm not trying to take away the acclaim that the characters and cast have received. It's well deserved. But if anything, that's kind of the problem. Baldur's Gate 3's central cast suffers from a terminal case of main character syndrome. These characters are so important that the fate of the game world revolves around them. They have the ears of gods, the attention of beings that are powerful enough to rewrite aspects of the setting, and none of that is ever earned. Even the very game starts within Avernus. You don't work your way up from nothing like Baldur's Gate or Fallout or Gothic or Morrowind or Wrath of the Righteous. You're already there because you're special and because it looks cool, I guess. These characters are so important, in fact, that it is hard to take the rest of the world seriously. Everything you do has major consequences. Everyone's just sitting around for you to come and fix their problems. It's like the worst parts of Skyrim, in that the world feels like a static stage that bends at the player's convenience. This takes the worst aspects of OP, that guy, or special snowflake mentality in tabletop roleplaying and makes the whole game out.
I kind of, guys, I kind of disagree with this, bro. Now, if every single RPG that came out made you god tier Gary Stu, Mary Sue, I think I would be like, grind that axe, grind it. But sometimes we just want to be special. Like, sometimes we don't want to be that nitty gritty, depressing, dreary, modernist, I'm starting from the ground up bro. Like, some of us maybe want to go in and just have a power fantasy. Like, I get the main character syndrome thing. That does annoy me. I don't know about Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played enough of it. So that could be a legitimate criticism. I don't know. But what I do know is that he is equating main character syndrome with not grinding from the ground up. And main character syndrome is an attitude. And I think you could pull off a game where you don't have to grind from the ground up and be that whole like huge movement upward. Like, maybe you can have a game where you are different and are special from day one. Or at least you treat yourself like you're special from day one, like the Warrior of Light. I just don't... I appreciate reality sometimes, and I do think that some people overinflate their Warriors of Light, but I want a balance in my games. I don't want to have to always have that dull, depressing, grinding my way up from nowhere moment. Like, sometimes I just want to go in and kick butt and be special. And I do think, like, if there's an issue with the RPG system where you're not appropriately grinding upward, that's a conversation to be had. Maybe if it's combined with poor writing, then there might be a Gary Stu, Mary Sue contrivance happening. But he himself said that the writing in Baldur's Gate 3 is very good. And that the characters are like... I don't know. I haven't played enough of Baldur's Gate 3 or any of these games to be able to say this guy is right or wrong. But I feel like there's generalizations being made here. My gut instinct is saying that there is some... annoyed old man energy coming out here. And I can't fully appreciate it. But I don't know. I think it's the cascade effect. Early tabletop role players were, I'm hoping to assume, avid readers. So what they read reflected on the early days of RPG. Fast forward 30 years, people aren't reading as many books anymore, but watching fantasy movies and shows and video games. That's the backdrop for newer RPG fans. Yeah, like I just don't... That makes so much sense, Jonathan. I'd give Jonathan a gold star for that. I took a professional interest into understanding RPG culture, and hearing people just going after D&D, it's like someone saying fantasy sucks because all they read is Harry Potter. Yeah, that's fair. You had munchkins in the game? Yeah. They were special. WoW has been popping off about that today. The next expansion's launch finale got leaked, and its modern writing leaks into RPG, and the Edgewell Falwell from BC that already got turned into Shiny Bolt Well is now going to be Rainbow Care Bear Well. Shiny Holy Well. Oh. I mean, BG3 makes some sense in that the characters were collected because they were important. The game is called World of Darkness. You can pick Vampire Smoke. It's a system where progress is based on narrative achievement, growing as you are. It's a video game. You're meant to succeed. The entire game operates on the fact that you will succeed, and every character in can be chosen MC. Yeah, I don't know. My gut instinct is saying there's something a bit off with this information. I could be wrong, though. Okay, guys? I could be wrong. All right? With the previous person, I could tell right away there was an issue. Okay? But I could be absolutely wrong in this case.
Out of it. And Baldur's Gate 3 is directly the result of Critical Role and the worship of player characters at the expense of believability and everything else. Original Sin 2 was a novelty at the time in how it used origin characters. You could argue it was guilty of this phenomenon as well, and I've already gone over other problems the game had, such as the lack of meaningful long-term choice and consequence as a result of open-ended, co-op friendly writing. But personally, I never felt that Ifan, Sibyl, the Red Prince, or even Fane were so important, so powerful, that they took center stage. Divinity still has major problems with a very obvious lack of world building, and a world that doesn't really feel lived in, but the origin characters weren't so important that they transcended or broke reality. They were still just pieces on a much larger board. But not in Baldur's Gate 3. Everything you do, everywhere you go, you're bumping shoulders with ancient power, all-powerful deities, and figures that can reshape the Forgotten Realms on a whim. And that's where it's hard to take any of the characters seriously. Like playing a game with someone who has loaded dice, who wants to be the DM's favorite, who wants to be the center of attention each and every time the party does something. It doesn't make for very compelling writing or a memorable experience overall. And so we come to Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Just to make it clear, I have zero investment in this game either way. The fact it's been 10 years since Inquisition, the entire creative team has left, and its own developers once described it as, quote, Anthem with dragons, should tell you everything you need to know. But whether or not you're going to pick it up day one, or it heralds the end of Western civilization, is besides the point. The once legendary formula that BioWare pioneered, that being character-driven storytelling to elevate the plot, has eaten itself alive. And now everyone's special. Now everything is about romance, and the world, the setting, and above all, the quality of the writing is secondary. In that sense, Veilguard is the absolute endpoint of this phenomenon, and the cult-like fandom that OC culture and Critical Role started not so long ago. One day, Veilguard and the bloated, desiccated corpse that BioWare has become will be the subject of academic study, but from the moment it was announced, or should I say re-announced again, that shift in focus from a game that once used its characters to enhance its setting to making its characters the only important thing about the setting is clear. John Epler, now the creative director of the Dragon Age franchise, was previously a cinematic designer on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. This role primarily involved involved cutscene composition and how the camera works, which has nothing to do with the characters or the writing or really any regard for the setting. Veilguard's game director and self-described queer-osexual gendermancer, Corinne Bush, worked on The Sims for more than a decade before joining BioWare after Anthem. She has never even worked on RPGs before, but it was apparently no issue to fire the entire writing team towards the end of development as well. These are now the people at the head of a franchise that clearly meant a lot, and still does, to a lot of people, but they had basically nothing to show in terms of prior writing experience, nor, clearly, care for the IP. It should come as no surprise then that the Veilguard throws the series' entire continuity out the window. Despite having a perfectly functional save state feature through the keep introduced back in Inquisition, nothing matters anymore. Only 3, yes, 3 choices have carried over from any of the prior games, and that's only from Inquisition. And guess what? One of them is who you romanced. Of course. Who became the new monarch in Ferelden? Did Morrigan perform the dark ritual and conceive a child? What happened to the Anvil of the Void? What happened to Hawke in the Fade? Who's now the ruler of Olay following the Winter Palace? Who drank from the Well of Sorrows? Who's the new divine? What happened to the Mage-Templar conflict? It doesn't matter, you fucking moron. Only the new characters matter. What do you know? They're pansexual too. Time was, characters meant something to RPGs. Hell, I already spend 4+ hours talking about each of them, and I have my own hills to die on about Best Girl Arushale, Viconia, or my waifu, Bart, Body Pillow. But these games understood, much like the golden age of BioWare that's long since passed, that characters enhance the storytelling in the world, not supplement it entirely. OC culture and the reverence that is developed around particular characters, be it Astarion, Shadowheart, Serana, Anders, Panam, or whoever, has come at the cost of a believable world where the player exists as only one small part within it. You can't just be a nobody, or, God forbid, have to work for something. You must be the best, the most important person in the room, and the center of attention at all times. In that way, it's not unlike Marvel and Star Wars franchising that creates characters for the explicit purpose of selling merchandise of them. Because that's all that many RPGs see characters as now, objects to brand their IP on, to get picked up by internet culture and proliferate through these communities. We don't even need to look that far back to see what it used to be like when characters didn't inspire their own subculture. They were just a point of contact within a world. Jack, Morden, Thane, Grunt, or Garrus in Mass Effect 2, Sten and Shale in Dragon Age Origins, Triss and Yennefer, arguably, in The Witcher 3, Visa Smar in KOTOR 2, Therese and Jeanette Vorman in VTMB. Now, it is a requirement that all characters be romanced, that they have steamy sex scenes, that all characters have the same wink at the camera, self-aware bullshit writing, that everyone's quirky and easy to draw for fan art. If there's anything I can say to end this on a more positive note, it's this. If in writing your world or story, you must make the characters front and center of it, then it doesn't inspire confidence in what you have to say about everything else. Write your world first and let the characters be informed by it, not the other way round. Characters are, first and foremost, people, not political mouthpieces, passive romantic escape.
I disagree about characters. He's got such a bro brain. He's suffering from a surfeit of bro brain. I think some games can be highly personalized, highly impactful, make you a nobody, make you grind forever to get up to a certain place that feels earned. And I think that is a valid form of entertainment, and it should exist for those who wish it to exist. But to suggest that stories are not driven by character is... no. You see, there are two ways to approach writing a book. One is to get bogged down in the world building and then write the Silmarillion. And one is to step back and abandon the world building and just have character-ish portraits, and that would be something like What Fury Brings, albeit extremely trashy. Somewhere in the middle is Lord of the Rings. And so I personally think that archetypes and characters are extremely useful for building a story, and characters have a role to play. But what I think he is complaining about is that so many stories have been engulfed in a kind of modern writing energy that has the appearance of being narcissistic and is often linked to making a political statement. And that is something that we can excavate. I just am not a super fan of first off, the problem with Veilguard wasn't because of Critical Role. The problem with Veilguard is because of the standard of writing, because writers are not respectful, because of narcissistic writing, because of people not being professional, because of people not doing their job and reading the lore and taking the time to know what stuff is, because of people who are ideologically activated. I got the feeling that romance was important at times. And when I romanced Anders, that was really interesting to me. It was one of the things that kept me going and had me like very interested in what was going to happen next, because I thought he was kind of cute. But I don't know. Like I just feel like he's making a point where we could say there's a correlation between different things happening, and we could see a correlation coming from a variety of similar sources. But I do not think that the death, if you would call it that, of RPG culture is simply because of Critical Role and a whole bunch of actors doing their thing and whatever. I think it's actually more directly correlated to the writing industry and where writers are at. But he's a bro, so what he wants to do is he wants to have what Wooly was talking about, a high impact sense of progression over time that feels earned. And of course, he wants less character and more world building, because most male brains enjoy nonfiction. So, and this is one of the reasons why men can't sell stories sometimes. They get caught in the weeds of building a world to the point where the story is incoherent and doesn't matter. And then it becomes nothing. It becomes an unknown lit RPG on Amazon. But anyway, lots of people become like that though. So it's not just a guy problem. The world is not a character anymore. That's lazy. That's due to lazy creation, Wooly. I don't think, how can I say this? I don't think that the world failing to be a character is because of Critical Role. I think the world failing to be a character is because, number one, the new developers and writers are not taught on how to do that. Number two, the world as a character is something that is more requiring heavy lifting and preparation and forethought. And I think a lot of this stuff is just shit out. Like, there's just so many factors. Like, there are so many factors why world building is shit right now. Okay. And I think we can talk about that. I just don't think let's just say this. He got a tinfoil hat on and he's trying to make a connection. I just think that how he is verbalizing it and how he's talking about it is no better than the lady that we had earlier this evening, because he is not qualifying what he's saying. It's really a shame.
Or objects to put on a shelf somewhere and forget about. People are imperfect, and sure, writing sometimes is as well, but it's in remembering characters as nuanced, flawed people that will get better writing for RPGs overall.
I do think RPGs have suffered. Like if we look at that one about Forspoken, I do think RPGs are suffering from modern writing. I think they're suffering from narcissistic writers and unprofessional writers and immature writers and ideologically motivated writers. We are like Jonathan. I think Jonathan said it best. The people who are playing these games are basing the fountain, like the well that they're drawing from now. The people who are drawing from their imagination are drawing from the well of whatever it is that they have consumed. And what they've consumed has been something like Harry Potter and Marvel and Star Wars and Star Trek and all of these things. And of course, that will result in a very specific approach and thought and way of doing things. Is it great for everyone? No. Is it my thing? No. But I think for me anyway, we can talk about how RPG writing has been really put through the ringer in terms of quality, but and we could even talk about the underrepresentation of a certain gamer interest, which is to say the high impact, high choice, long grind, meaningful, world is alive RPG, whether it's a TTRPG or a game RPG. So when certain people are playing Rogue Trader or Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, they might feel sad that this is all that they got. This is all they got. They're not going to get anything really good for a long time. And so I feel for them because their genre is incredibly niche and they are not being serviced because the writers and the developers either don't have the interest or unable to do the heavy lifting required for that. I will say that. But I also think like this bro is a little bit, has a disgruntled kind of sense to him. And I don't think his entire his idea of where this came from is, I think, a little bit off. I don't think it's just about Critical Role. I think there are larger educational and societal trends that are causing the writers to be the way that they are. I don't think that the WoW writers made the choices that they made that Shay just talked about because of Critical Role. I don't think they're sitting there thinking, oh, we want to be like Critical Role. I think they are more impacted by the universities and the colleges that they are going into and the people that they are networking with. Has been cannibalized by modern writing / RPG. Yeah. And this is where I'm saying I don't want this bro to lose his entertainment. But at the same point in time, some of the way that he was talking about it was like, oh, if it has romance, it's bad. Or like I understand Veilguard should the The choices that were brought up in the keep for Veilguard, there should have been more. I agree with him. But the fact that there was a romance option, I don't see why he has to get so... I don't know. Romance for me would be important. In fact, when Veilguard came out, or was announced to be coming out, the first question I thought about and asked about was what happened to Dorian. Because I romanced him. So there is a sense of I was invested in this character and I liked him and I romanced him. So, of course, I want to know about what happened with him. And, of course, they absolutely made him look fugly, and I was very sad. But anyway, now I'm going to pop in here for a second. Just confabbing. At least I stopped laughing myself to death. Trying to make up my mind about what I'm going to do. You know what? I'm going to go for it. We're going to watch a video. We're going to switch gears. Apparently somebody linked me the most terrifying quest in classic World of Warcraft by Nixxiom. I believe this was recommended by Jonathan. Jonathan, when I linked in, it put me at this mark. It was timestamped to this part, so maybe you can let me know if that was intentional or if I should be starting from the beginning. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, it wasn't Jonathan. It was Brock. Has anyone seen this video? I haven't seen this video, so I don't know if it's intentionally linked to 14 minutes and 5 seconds on purpose, or if Brock made an error. You don't know? I don't watch WoW stuff anymore. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I was going to have a air quote mysterious person on, but mysterious person on is going to turn into a pumpkin soon and go to bed. So maybe we'll watch this video and just chill for a bit and then call it a night. So at least I'll get 3 videos in. And at least I think I said on my stream title that maybe. Yeah, I did put in maybe. Phew. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do it another night. Yeah. I think Ben knew. We'll do it another night. I'll talk with her and figure out when she's next free, and yeah, see what happens. But for the for the rest of people who are hanging around, we're gonna watch a story, a WoW story, apparently from classic WoW. So if you're interested, you can chillax with us as we watch it. If not, have a great evening. Sorry, I'm going to actually throw up my AFK, and were we supposed to not know? No, it's totally fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a sign. I'm going to go take a break, fill up my water bottle and stuff, and I'll be back as soon as I can, and then we'll watch the video together, okay? And we'll just chillax and relax. And if anyone wants to say farewell, feel free to say farewell. And but I will be back in a little bit, okay? So yeah. Okay. Sorry, everybody, for the delay. Yeah. I realized that I had to I had to fill my water bottle, and then I was like, oh, I should wrap up the leftover pizza because I like to eat it over the next few days. Kind of like, I don't eat a whole pizza in one sitting. I'm not like that. And that's when I realized that the stickers that my brother had placed on the pizza boxes, some of them had come undone and stuck to the fuzzy wool blanket that I'd placed the boxes on. So that was fun. I'm going to throw up. Pause. My AFK sign. Finish this monster drink and then see if sleep takes me. Probably won't. Fill it with a bowl and you'll be good. Yeah. Well, we had a pretty good night, everyone. I don't, the screen for how many people are viewing is usually on a different screen, so I don't look at it. But we peaked at 33 at one point, so I think that's pretty cool. It's pretty nifty. Yeah, 34. That's so cool. All right. Yay. Our little group is growing. So about the RPG film that we just watched video, I think part of my problem is that half of what he was talking about as well, I haven't seen. I did play two Dragon Ages and a little bit of Origins. I believed that Veilguard was a mistake because of modern writing. And I might want, and I need to add this, okay? Okay? Think about this. He's complaining about romance. But in my opinion, the sexiest and most romantic romances were achieved in the first three, with the peak of most breasts and butts in Inquisition. In my opinion, the romances of Veilguard were half-baked, boring, almost puritanical, PG-rated romances. You have these conservatives who are like, wah, women are gooning. And then at the same time, they're like, look at this romance in this game. And it's barely there. The sex is barely there. It's not there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the romance in Veilguard wasn't even good. Like, nothing was good. It wasn't written well. Period. Has nothing whatsoever to do with the romance. The romance suffered along with everything else. There's something else going on here, and it's not the fact that there's romance in my video game. It's because it's poorly written. And the romance was also poorly written. And if you really sat down and looked at the romance scenes for all of the Dragon Age RPG stories, the best ones actually were, technically in terms of steaminess and build up, was in Dragon Age Inquisition. You could go out with your romantic partner and have them running around and commenting with things, and dialogue would change with the party that you're running with. It's just, I think there was just more meaningful engagement in Inquisition. And if we compared the overall romance, as in more than just the sex scenes, but the buildup of the character relationships, the first three had really strong romantic stuff going on in terms of making sense romantically. The third one doesn't. It is poorly written romance. Probably by male and female writers who think that traditional romantic dynamics are conservative propaganda. Well, I would suggest that his sticking point, which is focusing on the romance, is valid, but I think that the bigger complaint is the bigger weight of his complaint is that they didn't put in enough choices. If they had put in more of the decisions, let's say instead of having, let's say there's a total of 25 decisions. I'm sure that there was more, right? But let's say that there was 25 potential game-altering decisions that could have been mentioned, and they only put in 15. That would still be better, and one of them is a romance. That would still be better than 3 and one of them is a romance. The problem isn't the romance. The problem is that there's too little of everything else. And even though the romance was in there, that romance did not matter, and it did not make for any better romances in that film, in that video game. In the first Dragon Age game, Origins, you could, if you were a city elf, sell your female relatives to nobles the night of a wedding for 100 gold, or you could feed a clan of elves to werewolves. Romance was only part of the Dragon Age identity choice that stayed. He could have made a stronger argument if he tackled the whitewashing or dumbing down of moral freedom in the games. Yes, I think his arguments were lacking, but I understand the general thrust of his grievance, which is that the writing for RPGs has gotten bad, the world building has gotten shoddy, and there is not enough representation for gamers. There's not enough representative gaming interest for gamers who want meaningful, long, earned progression. And that is a fair critique to be had about RPG culture. But is RPG culture dead? No. That's a clickbait title, and we all know how I feel about that. This video says The Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, Winter Storms, music and ambience, and 12 peaceful scenes. And what do we have? We have Elder Scrolls Skyrim with winter ambience and a storm with 12 peaceful scenes. I love it when, you know, a title is what the video is saying. So anyway, let's keep going. All right, we're going to just chillax. I got a little bit more food to eat. I have a soda I want to drink. Hopefully it won't burp too much. And we're going to listen to Nixxiom, who I kind of like his voice. Is that weird to say? I like Nixxiom's voice. Did you know that he likes playing indigenous flutes in the forest? I think I remember him talking about Final Fantasy 14 once, and I couldn't disagree more. But he's apparently going to tell us a terrifying quest in the classic World of Warcraft. So we're going to find out what he is doing here. Do you remember that time there was extreme racism toward elves? DA4 forgot. Yeah. See, the thing for me, the Veilguard problem is not that it is just poorly written. It's that it is poorly written within an IP or franchise. That weights it more for me, if that makes sense. If you're shitting on an IP, I think you have a good start. Because, how can I say this? If somebody writes a shitty story, like what is the name again? I'm memory holding this. What Fury Brings, right? This shitty romance. What Fury Brings. No one gives a rat's ass about What Fury Brings, okay? Nobody cares. And part of that is because What Fury Brings is an original idea and story. But if What Fury Brings is actually set in the world of Lord of the Rings, or Star Wars, or Star Trek, or World of Warcraft, or Dragon Age, or whatever else, well, that's where the problem starts. Really getting... I can shit on What Fury Brings for being a poorly written story, but I think the real outrage comes when it's damaging previous IP. So I understand why this bro is upset. And he should be upset. And I'm glad he's voicing it. I just wish he had a better title. And I don't fully agree with his entire correlative thing. I think there's many greater and more fundamental things to worry about than Critical Role. It's giving those folks a little bit too much credit here. I think there's other social issues that are causing greater problems with RPG writing than Critical Role. Is Critical Role perhaps one factor of many factors? Yes. But is it the factor? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, let's watch a story about WoW. I've probably not played this story before, so let's see.
In my last two videos, we have explored two storylines in classic World of Warcraft, forgotten or missed by many people in the player base. And although it is tempting to venture southward into the heartlands of the Eastern Kingdoms or across the sea to Kalimdor to share with you all new stories from distant lands, I can't leave this corner of Azeroth without talking about one more story. A story that many of you are probably familiar with, but also one that demonstrates a very dramatic shift in Blizzard's writing over the years when it comes to World of Warcraft. That all said, let us return to Tirisfal Glades one last time and talk about the most dangerous spot in this entire zone, the one place that has claimed the lives of untold multitudes of players over all these years. This is one of the saddest stories in classic World of Warcraft. Before I begin, I have to give a quick shout out to this channel's sponsor, Zygor, linked down below in the description. It is World of Warcraft's Ultimate Guide add-on, and you can use code Nixxiom for 20% off your purchase if you feel like getting Zygor after checking out their free trial. The town of Brill is one of the most iconic locations in World of Warcraft, and its tavern is legendary among the community. Amidst the haunted woods of Tirisfal Glades is this one spot, this one refuge that gives off a cozy quality to it, almost as if the Forsaken still hold on to this small piece of humanity that they once carried. And yet, even within the warmth of Brill's Inn, there is still the overbearing chill of death, especially as you encounter the quests that can be found here. In one example, Gretchen Deadmar tells you of how cold death is for her, and before long, the mindless state will soon be upon her due to the influence of the plague of undeath, and so she wants you to help her create a simple blanket so that she can wrap the dead in its linens, a final act of service to the Dark Lady before she falls into insanity. This is not the story that we're covering today in this video, but it does reveal to us an important piece of lore that will be useful for us to understand later on. The fact that the Forsaken ultimately fall into what's called the mindless state due to the undeath decaying away every last remnant of their sanity. Regrettably, this is actually a piece of lore that Blizzard seems to have forgotten since they initially wrote it into the story back during Classic WoW. And I find this particular reveal about the Forsaken and their undeath to be very chilling. because it gives us a new perspective on many of those mindless undead that we're killing amongst Tirisfal Glades. Some, sure, they're members of the Scourge, but there are likely many that were forsaken, just like you, that simply faded away into a mindless nothingness, now roaming the woods without thought or purpose. Before they fall to madness, Forsaken apothecaries recruit you to help create a new plague of undeath, so that the Forsaken might inflict the living with the same curse that they suffer. Scarlet Crusaders must be dealt with, who see the Forsaken as mindless undead despite their attempts to rebuild some of what was once their kingdom of Lordaeron. Strange gnolls can be found stealing bodies from graves, which we talked about in my previous video on Classic WoW's Best Forgotten Villain. And then amongst all these tasks and all these things that you have to do as a player, there's Coleman Farthing, a mysterious NPC that sits quietly in Brill's Tavern, waiting for would-be adventurers to hear his tragic story.
Okay, before we get into this person's tragic story, Dane. Is Dane in here? Dane check. Yes, Dane, I'm calling out. Can you mute the stream for like 5 minutes or so? Just because I'm going to say some spoiler Final Fantasy stuff. Okay, we're going to just wait for a second here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. My mouse pad is crummy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shadowbringers spoiler incoming. So this reminds me, in Final Fantasy XIV, in A Realm Reborn, there are these primals, gods, that are summoned, and upon being summoned, they often blast out ether and put people under their spell, and there's no way to reverse it. So one of the earliest things that you see very early on, I believe with the fight with Ifrit, is that all of the people that were saved were also tempered. And you aren't tempered for a mysterious reason that is, is explained later. What to do with the tempered? Because they can't be reversed. They're going to continue worshiping the primal. They are basically mindless. You kill them. They get killed. And it is not until much, much later that you discover there's a way to reverse it. There's a way to reverse it. So it's kind of like this retroactive thing where you're like, oh my gosh, we killed, like we were party to, or we saw, or we were part of, you know, like all of the little dragons in Heaven's Word that we just helped Unukalai, basically. Like Unukalai killed them because they're tempered. All of these creatures and beings and humans that were tempered, we find out much later on. There is a way, and it's up to us and our friends to figure out this way, and some other characters, to reverse it. And it's very interesting because there is this kind of horror/regret that you kind of look back, especially if you play the game again with, and you're like, oh my gosh, like this is happening now. They're just going to kill those people. And you know that there's going to be a cure now because you've played the game once. It has that sense of like awareness, like, oh my gosh, you know, we're killing partially innocent people, you know, effectively euthanizing them because we don't know how to fix it. at this stage. It's just very interesting. I like the retroactive moral regret, I guess, or dilemma that exists. And this whole situation with the Forsaken reminds me of that. Okay, I'm going to just reach out to Dane. Old Yeller has to go. Yep. It's pretty effed up. Yep. Okay, let's keep going.
The Agamand family was the most prosperous family in Tirisfal Glades. I used to work their mills. Before the plague, the Agamands fortified their home and convinced those in their employ to remain and help them defend. We were fools, but at least we were loyal fools. The Agamands in their pride doomed us to undeath. Now, they are minions of the Scourge. Serve the Forsaken by defeating the Agamands who fell to the plague. Serve me by bringing me their remains.
The Agamand Mills area, located in the north of Tirisfal Glades, has always been one of my favorite locations in World of Warcraft for many reasons. It was here that I made my first friend in the game, but it was also in this haunted corner of the woods that I first got my sense of World of Warcraft's world. Before I even arrived and emerged from that crypt in Deathnell, there apparently had been this battle that had occurred in the north of Tirisfal, where a family determined to hold fast to their home chose to defend themselves against the Scourge rather than flee from the oncoming undead. And although this perhaps seems like foolishness, especially with how they recruited their servants and workers to fight against really impossible odds, there's actually a lot more depth to this story than one might realize at first glance. Now, Coleman Farthing, he clearly has no love for the Agamands, and he tasks you with killing every member of the family that he knew in his life who were raised into undeath. Gregor, Nissa, and Thurman. Clearly, the battle for Agamand Mills didn't go so well, and none apparently survived what happened all those years ago up in the north of the zone. And as you're about to leave to venture to these haunted lands, Coleman stops you a second time for another quest. And in this one, you're told about a specific member of the Agamand family, Devlin Agamand.
He was the younger of the two sons in the Agamand family, and in life the two could not have been more different. Thurman was tall and gentle, while his younger brother was weak and sharp-tongued. When Agamand Mills fell to the plague, I was not surprised to hear that Devlin was quick to succumb. His mad chattering can still be heard near the road leading to the Agamand Mills. I'm collecting the remains of the Agamands, and I want poor Devlin. Find him, destroy him, and bring me his bones.
I will say that this whole rainy zone thing is pretty epic. I think I would want to go and see that.
Now, clearly Coleman has a particular vendetta against this specific member of the family, but we're not told the reason as to why, other than apparently Devlin was kind of annoying in life compared to his brother. And is that really a good reason for Coleman to hate him with such a passion? Well, maybe there's more to this story than what Coleman is telling us. So let's get our supplies and head to the Agamand Mills and see where the road takes us. Now, when you first arrive at the Agamand Mills, it will probably take your breath away at just how many Scourge are present in this small area. The windmills are crawling with skeletal mages, soldiers, as well as other reanimated undead servants, who we will be discussing here soon. It's amongst all these horrors, though, that your search begins for the members of the Agamand family, and it's likely, due to his location near the south of the mills, that the first one that you will find is Devlin. You discover that he has this unique skeletal mage model compared to the other skeleton mages in the area, and upon attacking him, he will taunt you with lines like, "Join the Scourge," and "Came to visit the family? Die, fool." Maybe it's just the fact that he's a member of the Scourge, but Devlin seems to be very pro-Scourge. Anyway, he isn't a very difficult fight, so you'll make quick work of the youngest Agamand. And his last words, admittingly, can be quite haunting. He says, "Mother, oh mother, you should have listened to me." Even in his undeath, clearly Devlin had some remnant of his humanity that remained, that made him think of his mother during his final moments. But we can't delay. We're still surrounded by many enemies, and there's other members of this mysterious family to kill. But why does Devlin have this really cool, unique skeletal mage model? Why is he yelling at us to join the Scourge and seemingly mocking his own family? Well, we don't really know, but perhaps moments after slaying Devlin, you might find something curious, assuming that you're a little lucky. Killing any of the skeletal mages in the Agamand Mills has a chance to drop an unsent letter from Thurman Agamand, the older brother of Devlin. And in this letter, we learn quite a lot about what happened here at the Agamand Mills, a lot of what Coleman did not tell us. Honestly, I was tempted to just give you all a quick overview of what this letter says, but considering that many watching this probably have never read Thurman's letter, I figured I'll just read it in its entirety. It's not that long.
Dearest Yvette, I will entrust this letter to our fastest runner. I pray he can find a way through the forces surrounding us. I pray you read these words, for they are the last you will hear of me. My only comfort in these dark days is the relief I feel, knowing that you are free of my fate. I fear my father made a grave error when he decided to remain and defend our home. The forces of the Scourge rage through Tirisfal Glades, and although we are well fortified and well stocked, after the betrayal of my brother Devlin, we lack the strength and numbers to withstand their continued assault. If you receive this letter, Yvette, then know that Devlin is a traitor. Devlin despaired and sought an escape from our ill fortunes, and in doing so, he made a pact with the Scourge. I do not know what price was promised him for his betrayal, but I'm sure it was laced with lies. If you see my brother, then flee from him. He is a fiend. A few nights ago, he murdered 2 of our watchmen and led a small group of Scourge through the breach, leading them to where many more of us slept. Their ambush was brutal. They slew a third of us before we could take them down. Now, we barely have enough men to watch our borders. It's only a matter of time before our wearying guard drops and the Scourge attack. And although I saw Devlin's face amidst the desperate men and the gaunt-faced Scourge on that accursed night, he slipped away before I could catch him. He might be dead, or he might still live as an agent of the Scourge. Either way, he is a monster. Devlin warned us that if we tried to face the Scourge, then we were doomed. He told us this when they first entered Tirisfal Glades, well before they encircled our home. Perhaps he was pleading with us to leave, or perhaps he was gloating. It was always hard to understand Devlin's motives. Since he was a child, he was a mystery to us. But he was right. We are doomed. The Agamand family line will end. Although I still live, I know I soon will be dead. I'm not afraid, and I do not regret remaining with my family. But my last thoughts will be of you. Live on, my beloved Yvette, and I will find peace. Thurman.
There's really a lot to unpack here, everybody. First of all, the most obvious, clearly the reason why Coleman Farthing back in Brill has this vendetta against Devlin in particular is because it was Thurman's youngest brother who betrayed the Agamand family and its defenders. It was because of Devlin that Coleman suffers the fate that he does. But more than that, this letter also reveals just how kind-hearted Thurman was in his life, which is something that Coleman told us early on, and how despite knowing that Thurman was going to die, despite knowing his end was near, he found this great comfort in the idea of his love, Yvette, being able to live on happily without him. Sadly, though, we do deliver this letter to Yvette, and we realize that Thurman's hopes ultimately were for naught, for she too was killed by the Scourge, raised into undeath, and now she walks as a Forsaken. When we deliver this letter to her, she tells us that she begged Thurman to leave Agamand Mills while they were still alive, but he was too loyal to his family, and she mourns him, at least for a moment, and then tells us that holding any regrets is for weaklings, and she has no loyalty or affection any longer to those that she might have loved in her life.
Good night, Epic.
Her only purpose now
Thanks for listening
is in
in.
service to the Forsaken and the Dark Lady. I think two things are curious about this particular interaction with Yvette. The first being that this woman is revealed to be the daughter of Coleman. So perhaps while her father was defending Agaman Mills with Thurman, Yvette was maybe hidden away elsewhere by her father for safety. Regardless though, both her father and her shared the same fate. There was no escaping the wrath of the Scourge, it seems. But the second observation is something that is a repeated theme throughout Forsaken quests in Classic WoW. Something that many of you might not be aware of. And it's this. The Forsaken, they might remember the lives that they had before, but they don't care anything for them. Not for who they once were, not for the people they once loved, or what their former passions might have been. The Forsaken now live only for themselves, for their people, for their Dark Lady, and to afflict the world with the same ugliness that they now carry. But we're going to talk more about that later, because right now, we have to return to the mills. The rest of the Agaman family is scattered amongst the ruined windmills. Thurman is nothing more than a large zombie now. Gregor is a ghoul, and Nisa is a banshee. All of which may give you a little bit of trouble finding and killing due to all the surrounding undead mages and soldiers of the Scourge, but you will manage. Soon, the remains of all the members of the Agaman family will be in your inventory, and when you return to Coleman to present what you've gathered, this is what he says.
Revenge has a sweet taste, don't you think? When you destroyed the Agamans, did you catch any hint of free will within them? I hope so. I hope they knew fear before they were smashed into oblivion. It is a foolish hope, I know, but it is a hope that I foster nonetheless.
You know, something I always loved about this quest is that it shows us just how cruel and complex the Forsaken are. I mean, really think about it. Coleman knows that Devlin was the one that betrayed him and the Agaman family. It wasn't Thurman or Gregor or Nisa who stood beside Coleman in defense of the mills. And yet, despite this, Coleman doesn't care. He hates all of the Agamans equally simply because it was their decision to remain at their home that caused him his undeath. But what's curious is nobody forced Coleman to stay and fight with the Agamans. He even admits this. Hell, Yvette, his own daughter, she was begging Thurman and her father to leave, but neither of them listened. Coleman's death, therefore, in some ways was of his own doing, and yet he blames the Agamans for it. He even delights in the idea of this family still having some of their free will present as you slay them, because he loves the idea of terror being present in their hearts as they're killed by you. When you look at Coleman Farthing, you see somebody.
Is it like when you die or like go into this Forsaken or whatever thing? Is it like your feelings or your last whatever is like snapshotted for eternity, or like why is he holding on? Is that what the Forsaken do? Like hold on to the last thought? Like, I don't get the psychological through line for this one, but maybe it's more archetypal in nature and not intended to make sense psychologically.
Buddy, very three-dimensional in terms of who he is and his relationship to his own death as well as his undeath. And maybe it's tempting for us to say that he's being evil or irrational or unnecessarily cruel, but he's Forsaken. He doesn't even care anymore. His heart, or what remains of it, is only in service to ridding the world of the Scourge, taking a revenge against the Lich King, and inflicting harm through the Forsaken's new plague of undeath on all the living of Azeroth, so that they too might know death and its cold like the Forsaken do. Maybe the Tauren of Mulgore are innocent, the orcs, the humans of Stormwind, the dwarves, and so on, but the Forsaken don't care. Like the Agamand family, the world is nothing more than something for them to take out their anger and anguish on. And this is one of the reasons why the Forsaken are one of my favorite races in World of Warcraft. Because whatever they were in their lives, now they're downright evil, you could argue. And it's sad that Blizzard unfortunately didn't continue this type of storytelling with the Forsaken going into later expansions. They kind of turned them more into like weary souls longing for family and reconnection. In later lore, for example, in Battle for Azeroth, you even have moments where the Forsaken attempt to reconnect with family members still living in the Alliance. Why would the Forsaken do this? Why would they care? Could you imagine Coleman Farthing doing this? I certainly can't. I mean, Coleman has you kill his daughter's former lover in life just so that he can collect his remains and put them on his mantelpiece. And his daughter, standing just a few feet away, she doesn't even care. I mean, that is the Forsaken in classic WoW. They're kind of scary. And you know, when it comes to this story, there is one question that still remains in regards to this whole Agamand Mills quest. And that is, why did all of this happen in the first place? Why did the Agamand family care so much about defending a couple of mills? They could have just ran. They clearly had a ton of land. They probably had a ton of money. They could have taken a boat and sailed away. So what gives? Well, we've already gotten some clues as to the answer to this, but the final answer to the question is revealed in one of the follow-up quests. But it isn't revealed in the quest text, but in a visual sort of way, which is one of my favorite types of storytelling in World of Warcraft. So after helping Coleman with slaying the Agamand family, he sends you to the local magistrate of Brill, who tells you that he wants you to return to the mills and slaughter a powerful necromantic skeleton of the Scourge called Captain Dargle. Now we're told that this captain has been raising the ancestors of the Agamands as undead, and he's slowly establishing the mills as a military foothold for the Scourge. And obviously, this cannot be allowed. And as we're doing this quest, making our way through those haunted mills yet again, to that family crypt located near the rear of the property, this is when that final question gets answered for us. Because you see, Captain Dargle is protected by not just a few, but a ton of ancestral zombies and ghosts that all occupy this crypt and the surrounding area. So much so that this is the first quest that you will likely encounter as a Forsaken player that demands that you find somebody to help you, as there's just so many enemies to deal with on your own. And that multitude of enemies shows us why the Agamands stayed here on this land to defend it, despite the impossible odds stacked against them. It's because, look at all these ghosts and zombies. These are all the ancestors of the Agamands, going back generation upon generation upon generation. Husbands, wives, sons, daughters. The Agamands, we have been told at several points in their story that they were a people that loved their family. They were even willing to die for it. Yvette, she pleaded with Thurman to run away from the mills before the Scourge arrived, but he couldn't abandon his little brother Devlin, his mother or his father, and the family as a whole. They couldn't leave behind their honored dead to watch their ancestors be raised as zombies and skeletons to fight for the Scourge. Could you leave behind your dead family members to succumb to such a fate? The
Yes. Yeah, I could. But this is a strong archetype. I get this archetype, very powerful. But if I apply my personal answer, it's like, yeah, heck yeah. I'll leave a whole bunch of catacombs behind. Hasta la vista, baby.
Agamaand family, although we never actually get to meet them in the sense of talk with them, clearly they demonstrate that they were a family that truly cared about one another. They truly cared about their land and those that came before them. And they were willing to lay down their very lives in defense of that family. I remember all those years ago doing this quest for the first time back in 2005, and what a contrast this quest suddenly revealed to me. On one hand, you have this family tragically betrayed by the youngest sibling who maybe, just maybe, might have been able to hold out against the Scourge had that not happened. But they died, surrounded by one another, and were raised into undeath together, as well as their grandparents and their parents and others, all of their ancestors in their family crypt. And despite this tragedy that happened to these people, Coleman and Yvette Farthing and the Forsaken and Brill, they don't care. They don't care about these people and who they were in life and what they believed in and what they stood for. The Forsaken only are concerned with the destruction of the Scourge. The Agamans, they are mere foes to be slaughtered by the Forsaken war machine in service to the Dark Lady. I mentioned at the beginning of this video the quest that revealed to us the lore that Forsaken ultimately fall into madness, a mindless state of being. And think about that for a moment in relationship to this quest. One day, all the Forsaken will succumb and fall into madness. But before that time comes, they will slaughter anyone who stands in their way, living, undead, or otherwise. And things like feelings for those that the Forsaken once knew in life, past loves, family, whatever, all of that is weakness that gets in the way of the Forsaken's ultimate goal. Truly, even though the Forsaken have broken free of the Lich King's control, in many ways, these people are still monsters. And that is why, at least in my opinion, this very short questline in Tirisfal Glades is one of the saddest storylines in classic World of Warcraft, because it shows just how little humanity remains in the Forsaken, who sit quietly awaiting their revenge in those whispering halls of the Undercity.
Ah, that was a good bit of storytelling. I'm giving that a thumbs up, everybody. Best video of the night. I like how he added effects to himself and he was role playing the narrator in the different characters writing. I really like that. Thanks to Brock for recommending it. I'm glad I did not start halfway through because that would have made no sense. Yeah, I think the point is that there is no psychology, I guess. So, judging from what he's saying, there's no reasoning. It's not a case of revenge, really, in the truest sense of it. It's like a evil person just doing evil thing for reasons. Which feels extremely simplistic, but I think it's very archetypal. The idea of raising the family and of the family staying behind for the dead ancestors, I think that's very archetypal as well. It's not a choice I would make as a person, but I recognize that this is not really about... I don't think this story is really about reality in that psychological sense. It's more about like a grim, a kind of more of a grim conceptualization. Some have damaged minds as they descend, but a lot of it is conditioning. Sylvanas' hatred, often stoked by an infiltrating agent in her throne room, holds sway over them. Okay, so they're not even... They've literally become ideologically, possessed. They're basically possessed. If I recall correctly, the undeath is caused by a magical plague that enslaves minds. Okay, so they're literally brainwashed, in the most literal sense of the term. It's like tempering. The Forsaken, however, have broken free of the control of the Scourge, so now they're just like sociopaths on crack running around. And she kills detectors in intent if she hears about them. And the Scarlet Crusade is obsessed with ending them, fortifying their avarice. The family also had no idea of how bad it would be, that the undead could create new undead when they made the choice to say, I'm sure. Most of the victims didn't realize what they were fighting. Oh, that's sad. You start to see more sympathetic undead when either they get away from Sylvanas' kingdom and influence, or after she no longer rules them actively / they're on their own. There are factors such as how they died and how long after death they're raised, how much humanity they have left as well. Yeah, that makes sense. And while the Forsaken can't feel positive emotion, only negative emotion and obsession, says Wooly. Okay. So the Scourge is Sylvanas' control over people. The Forsaken branched off from the Scourge and are doing their own thing, but they're still mentally damaged, essentially. Like, they're like not like mentally damaged as in like brain damaged. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like psychically they've been eradicated to such a degree that their moral compass is broken and they're just like rabid dogs, but more sentient than a rabid dog. The Scourge were controlled by the Lich King. Okay, wait a minute. Pause. Then why is Sylvanas holding sway over them? Okay, so the Scourge was controlled by the Lich King. Sylvanas hates the Lich King. When she broke free, the infiltrating agent in her council helped her break the Forsaken free of Scourge control. Okay, but the Forsaken are still mentally cuckoo. Okay. So it's just bad people doing bad things to more bad people. They gravitate to her and her hatred? Yeah. Okay. But didn't Sylvanas, like, kill the Lich King? No? Wasn't there, like... Arthas killed Sylvanas before she was rezzed as a banshee? Yeah, didn't like a dark Sylvanas like do something? I feel like there was like a cutscene that was mega epic. Sylvanas was the first Forsaken. Okay. And she has anyone who wasn't destroyed as long as she ruled them. No. You're thinking on Bulbar. No, the champions do that. Okay. Question. Sylvanas is a Forsaken, the first Forsaken, whose hatred has gathered the Forsaken Timu Lich King. Okay. Okay. Now, Sylvanas is Forsaken. And she is the first of the Forsaken, and all of the Forsaken kind of gravitate to her because of their shared psychic whatever. Question. Why did Sylvanas then later say, like, I will never serve? Like, she said it to the other guy. The true bad guy behind all the events. Is that because, like, she's Forsaken? So, like, she just doesn't care and she just wants to... We don't talk about Denuser. Okay. All right. I won't talk about it. Fine. First being Ner'zhul. I don't know. It was like, I will never serve. Sylvanas uses another plague to basically turn more people into her brand of undead. Yes, the jailer. The jailer. Yeah. There we go. So when she is like, I will never serve, is that because she's Forsaken and she's like psychotic? because she realized he was using her. Oh, because before she became Forsaken, she was used by Arthas. Okay. He promised to free all metal from the control of the gods. The jailer was behind everything ever. It would be easier to explain with paint.exe in a few minutes on Discord. I just feel like this story feels very cool and very dark. There's some aspects of the story. How can I say this? I have a feeling that I would probably enjoy this video more than the experience, because I feel like I would miss the environmental implications of everything. Yeah, okay, that does make sense then. That does kind of make sense why she would not want to serve, because she's like, I want to be my own evil person. That makes more sense. I just don't know. How can I say this? This is what I kept saying, I think. I hope I kept... Did I say it in my videos? World of Warcraft storytelling so far to me has been these little interesting pearls of stories strung haphazardly together on what ought to have looked like a necklace and is now just looking like one of those hippie bead curtains. And it's like there's all of these interesting stories peppered throughout the world, but so much of it is lost to me because it's just not there. And some of it as well is because the style of the storytelling, do you notice how he talks about the environment and how you have to grind to get the Yvette's letter? I just, I think that's a very specific playstyle, which links more to what Wooly was talking about before, where the world is a character, you're exploring that world, and you're noticing details about the environment, much like Elden Ring, or details on the items, and reading little letters that are dropped. And then you're kind of piecing it through together yourself and coming to your own conclusions about what's going on here. But you playing that game is simply experiencing it. I would not get the sense that I was in a story, or I would not get the sense of the story. This gives me a sense of the story, but I think me playing it would not give me the same sense of a story, because I think I would miss out on a lot of this stuff if someone didn't explain to me that there was going to be a letter that could drop. Like, I'm not the most observant tool in the shed when it comes to like my surroundings. Now, since playing 14, I've become enamored with reading interesting and fun item descriptions, but I still don't think I have like a hyper awareness all the time. I think I was in Occult Crescent and I was like, oh, there's some like different architecture that's looking different. And that's about as much of a leap that I made. And that was it. And then someone, I forget who, whether it was a character or a player, was like, oh yeah, there's like 3 different civilizations on this island. I was like, oh, I see. Farming for Atma drops. There's almost no more canon way to play WoW than as a Forsaken Shadow Priest. You could miss so many of these little snippet quests. You might get your 4th time playing the zone. They eventually made those items 100% drop in the area. Awesome. I always imagine that this is what archaeology is like. You're uncovering stuff and putting things together and forming something. Yeah, I guess, though, that my brain just likes it served to me neat, nice and neat and packaged as a narrative. You know, like, I wanted to be an archaeologist. I applied. I'm not averse to looking at things and researching them, but when I'm having my entertainment, I'm fine if it's spoon-fed a bit, frankly. But that's just me. Epic is not in bed, by the way. I'm just typing on another screen. Sometimes well, I won't admit that. Okay, I'm not going to admit that. Coleman is a total side story, like 95% of the game quests. Yeah. Shay, did I mention in my video that I was impressed by a lot of the smaller stories? Did I say that? I feel like I did say that. I felt like there were a lot of fun little quests. It's just the overarching stuff makes no sense. There's a ton of cool stories in the game that have little to do with the MSQ besides anchoring it in a living world. Yeah. It's the War of the Magi. Yeah. Yeah. The Maquis and the Nemeans. I think when Sylvanas fought Arthas and lost, she demanded to be killed, but Arthas instead killed her and raised her into undead and forced her to serve him. Chico is a grocery store enjoyer. She wants to walk into a game and have everything laid out, organized, and labeled. Yeah, I think I like a good narrative, and that's where my female brain is very much alive and well. You know what I mean? Like, I am a woman to a certain degree. I just made it kind of sexist. I'm sorry, women. But I like a good story that's well written, packaged, has a beginning, a rising, action, a climax, and a resolution. I'm willing to wade through excessively long stories, but I have to see it there. I was thinking the other day about moments in Final Fantasy that I loved, and it's so weird because I was thinking about making a video about my favorite zones and how I walk into certain zones in Final Fantasy and I'm hit with this massive load of nostalgia. And some of it's related to the MSQ, but some of it is just related to that sense of walking into a zone and being hit with the magic of that moment, of seeing something new and fresh and something you haven't seen before. And I was like, am I an explorer? Do I like actually the environments of a video game? Am I interested in the environments of a video game? And I thought about it for a minute and I thought, yes, but no. Because it's like I only deal with life and people and environments with a very, it's almost like a gut instinct vibe check. I vibe check the place and I'm like, oh, I love this, or oh no. and that's it. Like I don't look at the hyper details until it's time for me to look at the hyper details and it makes sense. I think it's tied to my sense of me not having a lot of mental resources. I always feel like I don't have enough mental resources or time. And so ever since I was a child, I think I work in a framework of hyper efficiency where I want to come in and do the thing and go. And so, and same thing with people. I just want to deal with them and then leave. And the same thing with the environments. Like I vibe check off of them and I can get a sense of, wow, this is beautiful. It's wonderful. But I'm not like pausing every 5 seconds to look at the scenery. Did you guys notice that when I was like playing Dawn Trail? Like I don't vibe the same way because to a certain degree, I'm like, I only have so much here that I can work with. So I want to get to the point. I want to get to the chase. So that part of me is kind of like not very feminine. It's kind of like more like just chop, chop, let's go. That's something else entirely. That's like another thing. But anyway, that's how I deal with people in real life and how I deal with the world in real life. I don't care if it's raining or if it's snowing. All I care about is, can I walk to church or can I get to the store? And the fact that it's raining or snowing, aesthetically, I can look at that and go, that's pleasing. But most of the time, I'm not going to waste my brain energy thinking about rain or snow. I'm just going to think about, oh shit, I forgot my coat at home. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, it's so for me to go into a game and then expect me to behave contrary to how I behave in real life would be extremely tiring for me. Because then you're expecting me to notice all of these little things that I would ordinarily not care about. So for you to make me care about it, you have to constantly tie it back into the story. And so many stories don't make that part worthwhile as far as I'm concerned. And that's one of the reasons why I will sing the praises of Final Fantasy XIV to the nth degree, because for the most part, Final Fantasy XIV rewards you definitely for having paid attention to the details. And there's a level of trust that they have now earned from me to a certain degree. Of course, trust is easily broken, but they have earned my trust in some senses, because I now know, going into every side story and every little thing, I now know that that has a link somewhere to something bigger. And I don't trust all people to be able to do that. And World of Warcraft definitely doesn't. And so that's where I think my issue is. Like, I'm mentally determining the value of my time and what that story is giving me. And that sounds very cold and calculating. And I realize I'm kind of fucked in the head now that I've verbalized how I'm doing it. But that's how I'm doing it. And this is why I'm running into trouble with Elden Ring and World of Warcraft, because it's expecting me to essentially, as far as my gut feeling feels like, waste time wandering around hoping to get something out of it. And I just simply don't have that mental fortitude, I suppose. Sylvanas was done dirty. He used her as a weapon against her people. In the book, he specifically told her to end the children first, and she had to obey. Yikes, that's sad. Yeah, WoW wants you to walk around and utilize the sandbox to get the story to the point of as much dedication as you want to exercise. While I don't do it anymore, I did for a while spend a lot of money buying setting books for RPGs I never played just to absorb lore. Interesting. Ben Kent whispers falling silently, drift on the wind. Yeah. I will say zone music is one of the only things that really... Music is very great shorthand for me. Now, a lot of zones are optional. I actually don't know the story in a lot of zones. I despise because I can skip them or power through the MSQ if I have to be there. Oh, interesting, Shay. Okay. Or if we're doing side content. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very weird mental situation that I'm in. It does mean, though, I think that when it comes to analyzing narratives that are narratives, I think I can do a fantastically amazing job. But if I'm looking at something like World of Warcraft or Elden Ring, I'm going to run into issues pretty quickly because the narrative is not intended to be consumed as a narrative. So I can't use my usual rubrics to judge whether it's good or bad, because it's not intended to be, it is unfair to judge it by a different standard because it's apples and oranges. But that's being said, I still one day dream of having enough time to sit down and play a bit more World of Warcraft, play a bit more of Guild Wars 2, play a bit more of some other things. What you say makes sense. Something I've learned is that trust is essential for any product. For Elden Ring, FromSoft had my trust already. I also vouched for trusting it to many people. Yeah, so that's one thing I want to say, Epic, is that I'm not a trusting person. I don't trust almost anybody in my life with most things. So, guys, if I'm ever like, kind of like, about something, you know, it's not personal. It takes a lot to earn my trust. Especially if I'm reading something or interacting with a video game. It's funny how I'm almost a mirror image. I barely notice music, and the characters had better present me with a reason to care about them first. But an in-universe book will have my attention. Yes, yes. So once again, I think characters are the easiest in for me, but don't confuse me with saying that I like characters at the cost of the world building making sense. So this book that I read, besides the very terrible writing, What Fury Brings, has barely any description in it. Barely much scenery, barely any description. Okay. I was dragging it for how they described the visitation of a goddess to the main female character. I was dragging it hard. And the reason why I was dragging it is because there was no sense of aura, atmosphere, spirituality, the numinous. I am not suggesting I want character over world building or description or action. What I am suggesting is that characters are the easiest in to a world and make me care about what's going on. If there's no in to the world, then I will read it maybe as a textbook, but I will not obsess about it. I will not daydream about it. I will not write fanfic about it. I will not care about it. And the next time I am short on money, I'm going to think, do I want to pay something that I'm obsessed with? Or do I want to pay for something that I don't give a about? And the answer is, obviously, I'm going to put my money where I'm obsessed. So I'm not saying that there's no pleasure to be had from lore or world building. You need them to make sense. But for me, the investment comes from a plot, actually. It's not the characters for me, it's the plot. If the plot has no beef or no meat on it, if the plot isn't interesting, you've lost me. One of the ways to define the strength of a plot is how the characters are handled, and that's why the characters matter to me. But insofar as is the plot fantastic, and then the characters and the description and everything else help prop that up and make it even better. I'm very much about balance in terms of what I want from a story. If it's just dry depictions of some historical thing going on with no idea about the archetypal energy or the psychological energy of that character or people involved, then I'm pretty much going to be like, oh, that's nice, and move on. It's like, who cares at that point? For me, anyway. Obviously not for everybody. Even in regards to books, if you were to pick up Stormlight Archives right now, you probably find it hard to get into, but I might be able to describe it in a way to enable you to trust it. Probably since it's the FMC's perspective and she sees herself as a bubble goddess. I mean, yeah. Knowing that you'll be reading about Leia, Obi-Wan, and Vader teaming up against Yoda and Palpatine in order to defeat the Force, I might purchase the trust you needed to keep reading. Yeah. Music is the first thing I noticed in almost any game. Same here. The Starship Troopers book? Okay. I'll put that in my notepad. Starship Troopers. I'm trying to describe trust as a means of getting people to keep reading past what they normally would not be into. Yeah. Yeah, I think for me, trust is recognizing over time that they have not let me down. So it escalates, or it returns in with dividends as time goes on. So, for example, I realized Final Fantasy XIV was meaningful when I what was it? Because I started in Limsa, and it was this mention early on that people were missing. And I thought it was just a general description of like, look how screwed up the world is. But then it's like, no, actually they really are missing because they're being kidnapped because of tempering. So like, do you see what I'm saying? Like it was really early on. I think like definitely before level 30, I realized, oh, this game is like as early as A Realm Reborn, the narrative told me that these little tiny details that they seeded in that opening scenes and in the opening dialogue with Baderon, as early as that, I realized they were going to not faff around. They were not wasting my time. Even while sick, super strimmer. Guys, I'm probably going to collapse right after this. But you guys have been so awesome tonight. Even though I've been coughing and kind of like sniffling and stuff, you guys have been so exciting and interesting. You're literally causing me to ignore my body right now at the moment. That's how mentally stimulating you guys are. So I hope you guys all reach back, close your eyes, pat your shoulder, and pretend that I'm patting you on your shoulder. That's an area WoW is interesting. All the side content in Vanilla BC and Wrath that involves Scourge, besides Wrath and MSQ, carries so much weight for the overall story of Arthas. Yeah, but the problem is getting there. Because you said that the retail stuff has like cannibalized it. So like a person would have to play Classic, I guess, to get the full thing. There's probably hundreds of thousands of quests that have nothing to do with expansion MSQ that all make you hate the Lich King's guts and make him a villain you enjoy as well executed. You see, that kind of side content is so awesome, Shay. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's stuff that I think is really good. He's kind of Temu Anakin. Yeah. So once again, I don't want to shit on WoW and say that WoW has no story, because clearly it does. Nixxiom experienced something here. I experienced it through Nixxiom. Thank you, Nixxiom. Nixxiom will never see me thanking him, but I genuinely am so glad that Nixxiom told these kinds of stories. It shows that he is an oral storyteller. This is phenomenal. And I thought this was a wonderful quest line. And I think this would be a story that I could now play. And as I played it in World of Warcraft, I would remember the story and be like, oh, then this is where this is happening. And this is where that's happening. So, yeah. Epic said, I didn't get invested into 14 story until Shadowbringers. Wow. That's like next level self-torture. What were you doing? Okay, I was a WoW refugee, so a part of me was too angry at I am here now to actually get attached. I was hoping not to get attached. Really? Wow. I got invested within like the first 30 levels. But I think as well, like 14 was not my first MMO, but it was the MMO that made sense to me because it was starting like a fairy tale book. It laid everything out so that I felt confident that I knew what was going on, and obviously the combat suited me better, so I could enjoy it. Whereas playing WoW, I just feel sadness. As much as I love many of the zones and I love the music of World of Warcraft, and I think the voice acting is fun, and there's so much character in the older bits of writing, it's just that I sense this extreme these gaps, and it's not always clear to me what I should be playing next. And so then I go into zones that I shouldn't go into, and then things start getting weird, and then I have to, call Shay, and Shay's awesome. Like, Shay's supporting me. She was, at least when I was playing it. She was very supportive and helped me as much as she could, and Miro was there. There was tons of people ready and willing to help me, but it's just like, at some point you have to ask yourself, like, people are great and they should supplement what is being offered to you, but if it's so incoherent as that I'm going into the wrong zone at the wrong time, then I think there's a problem. So, yeah. You're Estinian disrespect, you're off the team. Tears Fall has been redone like 4 times. Reason I won't even try FF14 still. Hoping not to get attached. Yeah, that's fair. Epic suffered from a case of too angry to care. Big dick. Free trial. Yeah. I'm too pissy about it to consider another game. Maybe one day, Shay. I played as a Zealot, right? And like in WoW, I felt like my race and class. I felt like who I picked to be from the start, but Shadowbringers felt like Soulsborne told me who I wasn't. And then Riva was actually born 4 years ago. Yeah, I think I realized very fairly. I realized early on that I was playing a JRPG with the illusion of choice. And I was curious, and with each unfolding of the MSQ, I realized that the writers were doing their best to tie everything and make everything have weight and not be a waste of my time. And remember that I was playing, at first, an older version of the MSQ, because I came in before the Endwalker changes, but I came right when they were making changes to the early parts of the MSQ. And so I was there for the old Castrum Meridianum. I was there for the old Westwind, all of that stuff. And then I experienced on my alt with my sister, I experienced all of that again with the reworks. And it's so amazing what they have done by going back and saying, hey, we could do this better. Let's fix it. And I appreciate that because they went back with the attention to detail saying, oh, this is where we took this character. Let's put in some of the stuff that defines this character later on. Let's put a phoenix in this fight. Let's put fire in this fight because this character becomes later on known as a fighter character. Ritatin, who was this joke meme of a character in this trial, was given his own solo duty where you see his men literally rushing to his rescue because they love him so much. And he himself is rushing to basically be the man that Gaius believes him to be. So they went back and they were able to be honest and say, hey, this was not our best work. We're going to clean the story up. And they cleaned it up really, really well. So A Realm Reborn, in my opinion, was able to, even before the reworks, was able to show me we are worthy of your narrative trust. So for me, I was like, let's see where this ride takes me. And obviously, like, I didn't care what happened. In fact, everything that happened in Shadowbringers to me was like, okay, yeah, that's great. That's fun. Endwalker for me was more thematically impactful and intellectually stimulating. Endwalker, my internal gears were literally like, zzz. Shadowbringers was more like lots of cool moments. Yeah. The rework was so good. Yeah. The Westwind. Remember Preach doing Cape Westwind, and they got him. It was so good. You know how in WoW people call you a Worgen or call you by your class? I was waiting for that, but the inverse came, and I think it flipped a switch in my head, and suddenly I was all in. So I'm going to actually pass out now. I'm cooked. Rest well, Epic. You have valiantly fought on. I can't remember when 14 clicked for me. It definitely wasn't in Realm Reborn. Hey, that's fair, Wooly. Maybe it was in Heavensward? It might have been when Horsefant gave me and Alfie some mulled wine after we escaped. Yep. That was also a really good scene. Really, really great. He got trolled pretty hard. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. Honestly, my love for 11 is what kept me playing 14. It was surprising how many old 11 friends I ran into 14. And it looks like everyone in 14 is also going back to 11. Did you hear that, like, they're going to do some rework or something? Jonathan, did you hear about, like, the Final Fantasy 11 rework? It's not a remake. Yeah, there's like a new update being planned for Final Fantasy 11. Nut bar. Absolute nut bar. But I don't know what it is. I forget what content they're doing. I read it in an article, though. It's not a remaster or a remake. Yes, Mr. Happy covered it. Final Fantasy XI teases new zones despite maintenance, dev claims. Yeah, Mr. Happy covered the article. They're trying to get away from the PS2 dev kits for the game. Yeah. I think they're planning for another expansion. Some people are suggesting that's what's happening. Definitely another zone, apparently. FF11 won't die. It's not lying down yet. It's like, I got another one in me. But I'm so happy for the 11 folks. I'm really, really happy. If I had more time, guys, I got to get through some of my games. I got to just, like, I don't know where I'm going to make the time. But I gotta work harder. the cross skills. The cross skills is what dragged Tab in, apparently. So for those who know, they know. But maybe one day we'll play 11. Jonathan will come with me. We'll try to survive in a world that has no male Mikotes. I'm Prage for F11 Classic. We'll Prage with you, Jonathan. We'll Prage with you. What I like from 11 was the story being told from multiple angles. Oh, really? That's cool. There's a male Catboy, but he's an NPC. Yeah, that's what I found out. It was the first thing that I looked up, was how many male Mikotes in this game? Why no male Mikotes? And the answer is there's only one, and he's an NPC. So when I was playing, just so you guys know, when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV's Echoes of Vana'diel, there's a line where the main female character says to you, OMG, you're a male Mikote, and it's like kind of like not freaking out, but she's definitely like, whoa. And I understood that reference because I had looked at FF11 before doing Vana'diel, and I knew that there weren't a lot of Mikotes, so that made sense. So basically, in their world, there's like almost none. And so the fact that my boy was a male Mikote, she was impressed. You can lust for him with all the other Mithra. Yeah. Yeah. And that was like a cool little, that comment she makes to you only happens, I believe, if you play a male Mikote. Chieko is happy she doesn't live without... Guys, do you remember in Dawn Trail when I went to Shaluani? I went to heaven the day I went to Shaluani. F11 has no Catboys. Oh, only one. Only one. Only one NPC. Yeah. There's only one. They're super duper uber rare. It's only female cat girls that you can play in that game. You can only play a female Mithra. So in 14, during Echoes of Vana'diel, if you play a male Mikote, the character from Vana'diel will show surprise and shock because that's so rare in their world. It's a lore reason, I think. Just for my records, did you like the Sheriff male Mikote? I liked... Yes, I did. I did. Tab, I did. But did you guys notice I talked about in my Shaluani playthrough, there's a cutscene where you see the sheriff and then he has his deputy. His deputy has the same face as Nico and has black hair and paler skin. And I was like, that's Nico's long lost cousin or something. I thought he was super hot too. But that's only because he looked like Nico with a different haircut. But yes. She likes them all. Yes, I am Catboy agnostic. Does it have ears and a tail? I'm good. Catboys were added in 2.0. Yeah. Best decision they made. She likes them all. Yes, I like them all. The sheriff male Mikote voice, like I'm sure some Americans would be giggling, but I didn't care. I loved the Western trope. I loved it. I wanted more. I want more cowboy Catboys. I should just do the zone and do the side quests and enjoy it. But yeah, I've been working hard on leveling my crafting gear and stuff. That's pretty cool. Cultural restrictions are awesome. Yeah, I've heard many positive things about Final Fantasy XI. One of the things some people might struggle with is accepting that there are limitations on what kind of races you can play. But if they have in-game reasons for this, I think this is absolutely fantastic, and it makes sense, right? And it's great. It feels very realistic. I'll just stay in 14 and play my Catboy. But if I play FF11, I'll probably play a female Mithra. Let's all be real. Let's all be real. Yeah. Every race has their own animation for every skill that's unique to their race. Yeah. Don't they also have like specific stats or something? Or am I mixing that with something else? Am I mistaking that for something else? If not a Catboy, then Catboy adjacent. Yeah. It's basically they're so rare that females don't let them out for fear of being unable to reproduce. Lamau. Yes, different races have different stat growths. See, that's what I thought. That's what I remembered. Because I did make a character, but I never pressed play on it. I got busy. It was during one of those free trial type events. Yeah. If you're a Lalafell Paladin, you have low HP but higher MP. Oh. A Tataru Paladin had 800 HP at 75. A Galka 1800 HP, while MP had like 500 MP versus 80 MP. Yeah. So basically, if you're someone who wants extreme cultural restrictions on your stats, how hard is it to register for FF11? The good news is if you have Mog Station, you log into Mog Station and you can do the process through Mog Station. If you don't have an FF11 account, it's easier to do it if you don't have it, if that makes sense. Like, if you can... where is it? I'm pretty sure it was under... Okay, I'm gonna try not to do anything weird here. But if you go into your service and options in your Square Enix account, you will see your Final Fantasy XI. And then you will see your accounts. Yeah. I currently don't have like a subscription, obviously. Now you have to have like this weird, stupid little launcher, Wooly. And there's things that you will need to kind of set up before you go in there and do it. There's a lot of bizarre little weird finicky restrictions. But in terms of like actually getting to the website and like starting it up, I don't think it's that difficult. The issue is there's like 2 or 3 things, and I think Mr. Happy recently did a video where he just walks through like a couple of the weird little steps. but I didn't have much issue, if I recall correctly. Like, I got a character going and everything. But I just got busy. So, yeah. But everything goes through Mog Station. If you buy a FF11, don't buy the Steam version, says Jonathan to Wooly. Buy the Windows version. Yeah. My recommendation is to yeah, I think there are some great guides out there. But anyway, I heard it is also a game where if you die at a certain point, like, you will lose XP. I could be wrong. People can correct me on this one. But I also heard that, like, it's it is a bit more punishing in some senses. But yeah. What is okay? For Jonathan and maybe Tab, who may or may not have played them, what is the class diversity like? Does it feel very different to play one class from another class? 10% of your XP. So it's not like the end of the world. What about class diversity? Sub-jobs make each class more unique in a way. So they also have sub-jobs, Willie. I don't know if you like that or if you hate that, but there you go. You can try it out. When you are unemployed, you could try it out. I think there's like a week of free trial use, which is, in my opinion, kind of criminal. It makes WoW look amazing. So, yeah. But you could try it out for a couple days and then make a decision from there. Is anyone here playing Where the Wind Meets? Anyone playing that? Class diversity varies a lot, but the battle system revolves around auto-attacking and building up weapon skill points. Once you get 100, you can select a weapon skill to use. Okay. Just asking for a friend. I don't care. I'll go in and either have fun or not have fun. But some people really like it. Learn all of the skill chain tree. Oh. Ben says he's not playing Where Winds Meet, and I just want to say that he's a liar. Elemental chaining. Oh. Oh, so synergy between players. Interesting. Yeah. Ben has a problem. I just wanted to know from chat if there's any way to help intervene for a friend who has been consumed by Where Winds Meet and may have leveled to such a degree that he has been MSQ and time gated, and his life is now over. The FF11 Skill chain chart. Oh. How fun. Hey, Wooly, does this look like it's up your alley? Or is this too much for you? How dare? Yeah, Ben, how dare. Take away his PlayStation and only let him game on the weekends. Yeah, Ben, that's what's gonna happen. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Who is this for? Mythic something listed by job. Campaign weapon. Ifrit, Shiva, Garuda, Titan, Ramu, and Leviathan. Fire, ice, wind, earth, thunder, water, light, and darkness. Weapons with no skill chain properties. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but this looks a little extreme for me. From my cold, dead hands. If it reflects in gameplay. I don't know if it does, Wooly. We will have to one day try it. It looks hard, though. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is scaring me. I don't think my brain is good enough for this. What? Yeah. Am I missing summoner? Is there like a summoner in here? They have summoning. No? Hmm. Oh, okay. Well, this is scary AF, but maybe one day. Each class has a main weapon, and multiple skills by using and follow-up will form a chain with an element. Cast spells of that element has potency. Summoners use primals, Ifrit, Garuda, etc. Yeah, that's what I figure. The chart. The synergy in FF14 comes from weapon skill chaining. Yeah. Interesting. Well, maybe sometime in the future when I make time. There's some promises I've made to a few people in my IRL life, family and stuff. We're going into the Christmas season, but I do hope to keep streaming and a few other things. And then I do want to make good on some promises and upload a couple things to the YouTube channel. I might have to reevaluate time spent on certain endeavors and shift a little bit to YouTube. Take a break from writing, shift to YouTube, and then shift back, if that makes sense. So we'll see. Yeah, it's a lot, but it was good. I'm going to end here because it's very late, actually. And start with a 1H sword, and you use something like Fast Blade. The number of weapons that can chain off of it is very specific to make a chill chain. The chart shows you what can chain. Oh. Yeah. I hope it's intuitive because, you know, yeah. I hope it's intuitive. But yeah, I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna go rest. And it was great chatting with everybody. Good night to all the lurkers, the quiet people who are chilling in the background. It is once you grasp what you're looking at. Yeah. I hope so. I hope for the sake of anyone who tries to play it with me. But it was really great hanging with everyone. I'm going to go and rest, and maybe I'll see you guys next week if all goes well, and we'll react to some more videos. I'll see about setting up a stream with my air quote mystery guest to do a Final Fantasy 14 specific stream, where we can even do some talking about other stuff. Yeah, we'll see. But it was awesome being with everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and for chatting. And I'll see you all next time. Take care.